So, ladies and gentlemen, sorry, a little logistical problem there. Unfortunately, I was locked out. But I'm back now, and on court we have Andrea Toth from Vancouver, BC, a tremendous Canadian player for Princeton, and she's playing against Malak Taha from Cairo in Egypt. She's a freshman, and she's playing for UPenn, and yesterday, Malak Taha beat Nuran Youssef in the quarterfinals, 19-17 in the fifth game. That's serious squash. And meanwhile, Andrea Toth beat the very talented Cornelian from Malaysia, Wen Li Lai. So a little bit about these players. Andrea Toth, #1 Canadian under 19, played for Team Canada, won the 2016 Canadian Junior Open under 17 and the 2018 Canadian Junior Nationals under 19. Malak Taha is ranked 3rd in Egyptian junior rankings, and she was the second in the British Junior Open in 2020 in the under 15. Last time out she beat the #1 from Princeton's Tigers, Molly Chadwick, so she's now playing the #2. But right now Andrea Toth just in front. We've seen Andrea before. She's got this great range and interesting sort of gliding system. Everything is very even tempo and beautifully controlled. You know, it's really like a dance. But obviously, the freshman from UPenn, very talented, otherwise she wouldn't have beaten Molly Chadwick last time out. So this is, of course, a consolation match, and it's a semi-final of the Ramsey Cup, so named after our great legendary coach Gail Ramsey. And these players lost in the main draw, but still playing at a very, very high level indeed. So very tight in this match, 8-9. Again, you see that beautiful, controlled, floating style of Andrea Toth. A little bit loose. And that's a very nice cross-court float from Malak Taha, but a little bit early to be going short. And trying to go for the reverse corner. Generally not to be recommended, as it takes twice as long for the ball to get to the place that it ends up as if you had just played it directly there in the first place. But sometimes under pressure we do desperate things. That's a very tight ball on the sidewall there. Andrea just risking the 2-wall boast, which does pay dividends on this court. It's a little dead at the front of the court, but not when you're behind your opponent, or certainly not when you're sort of already under pressure. You need to open the game up. And that is a mistake. And it seems to me that the scoreboard was the wrong way round there. I may be wrong, but I believe that that was a mistake by Andrea Toth to give Malak Taha the first game. I may be wrong here. Unless we were behind and I didn't understand what was going on. But certainly it seemed to me that Andrea Toth lost that last point of the first game, and Malak Taha won the first game. There's some confusion at this point. I'm going to check with my production staff. Okay. We don't know at this point in time. We'll soon see whether Andrea Toth, who's the graceful, tall Princetonian, starts the next game, and whether I missed completely some other issue. You see Jack Wyant coaching his player Malik Taha as she comes on the court. I'm not sure who's refereeing this match, but they may not be familiar with the players. Well, clearly I was mistaken, and there has been some other issue that was called that I just failed to understand, so I apologise. Andrea Toth did indeed win the first game 11-9. So here we go for the second. Very tight ball onto the sidewall. And let being called. On the basis that the ball was very tight, I suspect. So that's a good first game for Andrea Toth, who's the number 2 at Princeton. And as we said, Malik Taha, last time out, was able to beat Molly Chadwick, the number 1 from Princeton. So, score is 2-love. Good attack, but half length for Malik Taha. And beautiful, elegant reaching out and control of that ball cross court by Andrea Toth. Oh. The danger of the 2-wall boast, really, especially when played late and unexpectedly, it's very difficult to track down. Beautifully played there by Malik Taha. It's a little half length, and oh dear, and a half length in mid-court by Andrea Toth. I don't know what she's doing there. No let given. Interesting. I feel that if Malik Taha had had her racket up early, that would have actually been a stroke. So 1-3. That's out. Little extra exuberance this time of the day from Malik Taha. 2-3. Very nice width and length there, dying in the back of the court. Well, not so much width, but certainly a good length. That had to be intercepted early by Malik Taha. So Andrea Toth regaining parity at 3-all. Yeah, she plays that so nicely, Andrea Toth. Just, you saw she moved off the ball there, and the line was to the ball, and unfortunately, Malik Taha taking a line to the player. But again, I don't want to overstate it, but I do feel that Andrea Toth is an elegant squash player, beautifully balanced and controlled. Malik Taha, obviously an explosive player, good speed. And at the moment, she hasn't really worked out that the bigger woman's, or the taller woman, I should say, is, going to find the 2-wall boast difficult to pick up, and she hasn't been able to employ that yet. And the game being played at the moment in Andrea Toth's wheelhouse. Oh, beautifully played. Beautifully played. And she created that opening with a quality length to begin with, which then produced from Malik Taha a looser ball, and she slotted that into the angle at the front of the court very, very nicely. So really, proceeding in some style here, Andrea Toth. That's a bit of a defensive boast. She did well. God, she got low there. For a tall person, it's very difficult to get down that low. That's beautifully played there, that stroke by Malak Taha, but not quite finding the sidewall angle. And again, getting very low. Andrea Toth, and the ball pushed out again. So she's really got Malak Taha from UPenn on the run here. Very, very impressive, controlled display by Andrea Toth. That serves a bit loose. A great float, love that float. And you saw Malak Taha rotate out of that too early, and that, as I've mentioned before, closes the racket face and she catches the tin. Good choice to volley that ball by Andrea Toth. Very tight ball from both players. Great retrieving. It's a very good all-court rally by these women. And again, the quality of the width and length forcing Malak Taha into a mistake. Because we have to remember that her match last night was 19-17 in the fifth. That's like best of 9 games rather than 5. Oh, beautiful width. But desperate stakes now. She's 4-10 down. Nice volleyed return of serve to very good length and getting the error because of the quality there. So yeah, I can see Malak Taha somewhat despondent there. Maybe she's a little off her best in terms of energy, but she's really not been given a chance to play because this elegant squash player from Princeton, Andrea Toth, is just controlling the court, moving beautifully, floating the ball, great weight transference and variation of pace. And she's got a 2-love lead in the Ramsey first consolation semi-final. Okay, let's have a look around the other scoreboards and early matches. Caroline Sparr, daughter of the legendary coach Chris Sparr, she's coming in there with a nice 3-love win for Princeton. And that was, I believe, against another Penn player. And Moa Bonemark winning 3-love against Sophia Ramos. Joachim Chu, beautiful mover. Coming back from 2-love down to get a epic 3-2 win there. And then in process, Leanne Teo against Madeline Highland. Leanne Teo, the woman I mentioned that if you have an opportunity to go back to the Women's National Championships 2 weeks ago, I really recommend her match against Habiba El Dafraoui, just for the quality and competitiveness of those 5 games. Anyway, back here in this semi-final of the first consolation of the Ramsey, we've got Andrea Toth comfortably ahead with Malak Taha. Let's see if Malak Taha can do anything to upset this flow and beautiful rhythm of the Princeton Tiger. Beautiful volley boast there. Great pickup though by Malak Taha. She really got down low and got a centre of gravity underneath that drop shot and took all the pace off it. So 1-love to Malak Taha. Again, gracefully played there by Andrea Toth, and using all parts of the court to twist and turn Malak Taha, whose body probably doesn't want to be twisted and turned after her last night's endeavours. 1-all. Wasn't entirely sure. I thought that ball was down for Malak Taha, but I may be wrong. Certainly Andrea Toth thought it was down, but there we go. 2-1 to the UPenn woman. Half length there, but that's a good indicator of a slightly tired player, because Malak Taha, I'm sure, wouldn't normally fall over as she hit that ball, and probably not only the endeavours of last night, but a very long and well-competed season, catching up with a nice little hold there. Of course, a defensive post always really problematic at this level of squash. Most players can really do damage when their opponent hits that 3-wall post, unless it actually rolls out of the neck. Beautifully picked up by both players. Look at this lovely little delicate rally there, front right corner. Incredible fingertip control, and of course the fingertips really relating to the tip of the racket, so the sensitivity in your hand then really translates into sensitivity in your racket face if you learn how to communicate between the two. Yeah, she's really hitting that little post well today, a bit out of position now. Good loft, what a good idea in that situation. Really well done by Malak Kamal. She managed to almost get that cross court, and no let given. So Malak Kamal earning her way out of trouble. It was actually a fine rally apart from the last couple of shots. There's a lot going on in that rally. 2-wall posts, little deception, very fine drop shots, good loft. Oh, it's beautifully played. 4-all. It's a little loose, but again, you see the takeoff speed there of Malak Taha. I'm sure normally there would have been 3 steps in the time it took her to take 1 there. 5-4. Love the way that Andrea Toth just sliced that through like a surgical incision. Six-4. Little lackadaisical footwork there for the flowing rhythmic Tiger. She didn't flow, and she lost the rhythm a little bit for a very rare second. Let played, kind of a little bit of a sort of understandable piece of interference there between both players. Pop out there from Andrea Toth, really didn't get her feet in the right place and caught the sidewall. And again there, so she's really struggling here, but oh, she crossed over her legs there. She may have done better if she got her right foot to that ball, but she crossed over her left foot. So it's the first time really Malak Taha has managed to catch the Princeton woman with movement difficulties. I think that's going to be a stroke, is it, or not? She caught her with the racket. Let decided, so after discussion with the referee. Malak Taha really wanting a stroke, and Andrea Toth wanting a no-let, and then in the end both having to settle for the let ball. 6-all. So this is really a very important time now for Malak Taha if she's going to work her way back into this difficult match. It's a great early ball. You see there that the change of direction, not so good when it's needing to be violent and sudden from Andrea Toth. This is why she plays this beautiful rhythm and flow and control, because she just hasn't got that frenetic change of direction that some of the smaller, more explosive players have. 8-6, Malak Kamal really now beginning to function on all cylinders, and maybe the first 2 games enough to get her muscles warmed up after that tough match last night. She's 9-6 up. Andrea Toth just looking a little less certain. She's playing. Andrea Toth is really, unfortunately, playing short too early there, and once she gives her opponent the opportunity to catch her with speed and wrong footing, she's really in trouble. Still 7-10, not quite over and done yet. That's a lovely little two-wall boast and a beautiful float again. Marvelous control, and that's a nice little ball. Off pace, not too hard, but to a very good width. You saw the second bounce land in that left-hand sidewall nick. 8-10. Hanging on here, Andrea Toth. Hasn't given her a design on a 3-love win up yet. It's a loose serve though. Got to put that serve on the side wall. She's in early. Nice hold, but that's a very good width and length there. And that's the end of that game. Very nicely played by Malak Taha, who manages to get a foothold in this match after all, and really played quite well. Lots of little sharp, wristy changes of direction, which really penalizes the taller Princeton woman's movement, who's not an explosive change of direction person. So interesting to see which one of them comes out and plays their version of the game. Andrea Toth, is she going to come out like she did in the first two and play this elegant, floating, rhythmic, controlled game that limits the opportunities to attack her? Or are we going to see Malak Taha come up with another game of staccato, choppy, twisty, turny squash that penalizes the taller Princeton woman? Back in a moment. Okay, 1-2. Malak Taha having got herself back into this match. It's now going to be about trying to establish her game plan over and above Andrea Toth. And immediately you see her with that short, sharp chop, which again really asks big questions of Andrea Toth's movement. And that was, as you will remember at the very beginning of the match, my one question about whether or not Malak Taha was capable of twisting and turning Andrea Toth, and at that stage Andrea's quality was such that she wasn't giving opportunities. Well, that's beautiful width, that's a stroke. She wasn't giving any opportunities to Malak Taha. She was mainly playing deep, 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 deep until she got the loose ball, and then she was beautifully attacking to the front of the court without doing it in a desperate way too late, too early, I beg your pardon. What this decision's going to be here, it's a no let. Yeah, and there was insufficient effort adjudged, I suspect, by the referee. And this level, you have to try for the ball. And I was having a discussion last night with one of the leading coaches, and it was David Palmer actually, from Cornell, and he was saying it's so important that the players get used to working with professional referees, because when they're at home and having players referee, you know, minor interference is given as a let. Nobody, you know, none of the players want to kind of disagree with each other. They want to sort of fall out with each other, and so they tend to give lets for any kind of interference. And of course, the professional referees are trained to judge whether it was a genuine interference or whether the quality of the shot perhaps didn't justify a let, even though there may have been marginal interference. So we need to really fundraise and generate more resources so that we can have more professional referees, which would be so much better for the education of the players, for the control of the games, less stress on the coaches, less stress on the CSA executive. We just need more funds and tools, not just for refereeing, for a variety of things, so that we can have the organisation armed, tooled, and with enough teeth to be able to run the program the way that it needs to be run to benefit these fantastic student athletes, and of course the coaches who often are wearing so many hats it's difficult for them to keep up. Anyway, I digress. Very nice width there from Andrea Toth. Malak Taha looking for a let, but her previous ball wasn't tight enough, and Andrea Toth justifiably putting it tight to a length down the wall. So 4-5. Oh, she's backing into her, unfortunately. And yeah, stroke given. If she'd moved out of the line, she'd have been okay, but she was more interested in where she was going than giving a line to her opponent. Oh, it's beautifully executed. This is a combination of both angle and weight control. The weight of the shot just allowing the ball to drop there into the net. And another great angle, and that ball's down. And Andrea Toth really turning this around after looking in trouble at 4-1 down and then 5-3. And here she is at 6-all. Good float, good height. That's too wide. That's a great width there by Malak Taha. And again Andrea Toth walking into that shot. And if she'd been a little more on her toes, she could have danced away. 7-6, Malak Taha still very much looking to get this into a fifth game. I don't think there should be a let there, but maybe there is. Yep. Let ball, 7-6. Good width there. And we're not getting many of these up and down the wall rallies. It gives you an idea of where that second bounce has landed there. But not too many backhand up and down the wall rallies, because both players are really trying to move each other around. Andrea Toth with control floats and then the weighted boast before she puts her drop volley in. And Malak Taha with a little bit more sharpness, but at the moment looks like Andrea Toth's beautifully weighted floated balls are slightly giving her an edge. It's not a good serve. She really needs to get that serve on the sidewall much more frequently. Good reaction there by Malak Taha. Nice movement. Very good width. And that's a brilliant length there by Andrea Toth. So she's really consolidating her 2-1 lead here. 9-7. Both players needing 2 points for different reasons. One to win and one to catch up. Ooh, slight misjudgment and perhaps lost the ball a little bit in that blue sidewall. 8-9. Oh, it's a very difficult ball that she reached for there. Under the gun here, Andrea Toth. She really is. 8-9. Let ball played. She's very relieved. 8-9. So Andrea Toth needing to really focus on the quality of her shots, because Malak Taha still gunning away with sharpness and explosivity, but that's not going to be a let. No lets, because the ball was so accurately played from a loose position. So a match ball to Andrea Toth for a really fine victory if she gets it against Malak Taha. And that's it. Victory complete for the beautifully moving, elegant, stroking tiger, or tigress, I guess, if you want to be sexist, and that's a really good victory she's completed there. And it's all about control and very thoughtful play. Love the tactical play. And Malik Taha maybe just, a little off of her quickest and her reactions, and just not able to wrench and twist the taller woman's body around in the way that perhaps she might have wished to, and going down. So that's the end of that first semi-final of the Ramsey Cup consolation. Next up, we have a semi-final in the Pool Cup, the men's consolation. But meanwhile, we'll have a little look around, see what's going on. See that result from Andrea Toth, very nice. Karina Timer, the Polish player from Drexel, with a nice win over Seema from Stanford. Leanne Teo completing her victory there against Madeline Highland, despite dropping that second game. Caroline Spa we spoke of earlier, and Denis Galevsky and Dylan Huang. That would be a great match to watch if you're wanting to go somewhere for the time being. Court 17. Huang's beautiful flow and control. He's a lovely player to watch. Okay, so we will be back shortly with the next match. Before we leave you for the time being, though, let's just pop up on the screen our YouTube URL, and there you can see where you can go to see all these other matches, and indeed all of the stuff we've recorded. Last night's match between Nick Spazzeri and Ali Hussein, really a remarkable quarter-final match, and indeed the second men's match between number 2 seed and reigning champion Marwan Tariq from Harvard and Veer Chatrani was a death-defying finish, and really deserves your attention when you have a chance. Okay, back in a moment.
we're going to have a few award presentations over the course of today. We're going to start off today with the Barnaby Award. Our Barnaby Award is awarded to the men's program that has shown the most improvement from last year to this year in terms of their ranking and their play on court. And so this year I'd like to award the 2023 Barnaby Award to Coach Pat Kosker, Omar Kiwan, and the Hobart College Statement. Congratulations.
Absolutely delighted to see Pat Kosker up there, and on the left-hand side with the orange pants. He is what I would determine to be, like myself, a lifer in squash. His contribution, so long as I have known him, has been extraordinarily positive, and his passion for the people of the game and the use of the game to forward the lives and help grow the lives of the people that he comes into contact with, undeniable, and really lovely to see him in that position. Universally popular, Pat Kosker. Always has a pleasant word for everybody that comes into contact with him. Now at Hobart William Smith, previously I believe at Bates. Forgive me if I've got that wrong, but I believe he was at Bates. But a great asset to CSA, especially here in our 100th year as we move forwards and grow and develop. Anyway, that's a nice little interlude as we're waiting for our 12:30 semi-final of the Pool Cup first constellation, and we'll bring that to you shortly. A couple of very strong players in that, and that will be Ido Burstein from Harvard, who was somewhat sort of fortunate but probably disappointed to get a walkover against the Princeton #1 Dalen Mauji in the previous round, while his opponent will be from Yale, Xiao Yi Zhan, and he beat the #1 from Rochester in the quarterfinal, Yash Fadde, and he won 3-love. Anyway, more about those two gentlemen as they move on to the court now. You see Ido Burstein just getting the first few hits of the ball, and as they get towards the end of their warm-up, I'll let you know a little bit more about these gentlemen who have been terrific servants of their programs this year, and in Ido Burstein's case for some time. So as we see these two fine players warming up, with Ido Burstein from Harvard, he's a senior, Zhao Yijian, and he is a junior from Yale. Quite interesting just watching them warm up. You'll notice Zhao Yijian, you'll see shaking his racket head when he's warming up. And what this is doing, and I think rarely appreciated by folks, you see him just doing that shake. He's using that as a substitute for footwork adjustment, because the racket acts as an incredibly finely calibrated measuring tool in the process of measuring, predicting, if you like, where the ball is going to land and where the player needs to be relative to the ball in order to execute a clean and well-timed stroke. Now, the head shake of the racket, which is used, you know, by a good number of players, is actually not ideal, because you're changing the algorithm, or the calculation more correctly, of the triangulation that we call hand-eye coordination. So the Greeks discovered, I believe, the process whereby if you know the whereabouts of two fixed points, you can accurately calculate the whereabouts of a third unknown point. Well, in squash, one fixed point is clearly your eyes. They are not going to move. But another fixed point should be the racket prep, once you've determined whether it's a forehand or a backhand. And you should be holding that racket still, and then the feedback from the racket to the brain tells the feet what marginal adjustments, or perhaps even more than marginal adjustments in certain circumstances, are needed to get the ideal distance from the ball to strike it. Now obviously you can hit the ball a variety of distances from you, but it's not ideal, and certainly under pressure you want absolute consistency, and you want an automatic process. You don't want to have to be recalibrating all the time. But I'm a bit concerned when I see a racket head shake, even though obviously Zhao Yijian is a very competent player. Little details like that, when you go up towards PSA, can really make a big difference when you're under pressure with tight ball all the time. Anyway, so it's just interesting in terms of the fundamentals of setting up. If you heard me speaking before, you may have heard me talking about the fact that we relate to the ball in squash not with ourselves, as we do when we move around the world through doorways and around people, ourselves usually being described as an area somewhere around the breastbone, the sternum. When you point to yourself, you're saying, this is me. Whereas on a squash court, we live in the racket head. We live in the sweet spot. And it's almost like Bluetooth connection between the sweet spot of the racket and the ball. Not all players are able to maintain a continuous connection, and they often drop their racket head, and so they're constantly having to reconnect, reevaluate, recalibrate, and it has a massive effect on their efficiency. Whereas a player that is constantly tracking the ball and never losing the ball, whether they're hitting it, their opponent is hitting it, or nobody's hitting it, far more efficient flow. Anyway, we're going to have this semi-final of the consolation of the Pool Cup. And Zhao Yijian from Yale, he's from Malacca, Malaysia. He's a junior. He was the #1 junior in all Asia, top 4 in the British Junior Open, senior men's Malaysian team at the Asian Games, and he went to quite a famous sports school, the Bullock Jalal Sports School, and he beat Yeshfat in the quarterfinals. Ido Burstein, oh, he's a junior, I think I may have said that. Ido Burstein, senior from Herzliya in Israel. He went to the Tishan Hadash Herzliya, Israeli junior national team, Israeli team since 2017. He was Israeli's outstanding squash player 4 times. Fantastic effort. And he got a walkover against the #1 from Princeton, Dalen Mauji, in the semis. What can we expect? Well, we can expect absolute rock steadiness from Ido Burstein, with some quite nice boasts from time to time when he gets the opening, but a very, very solid basic length game. And there's his little boast. He does like to use that once in a while. And then from Zhao Yizhan, a little bit more kind of wristy, inspirational, sudden changes. He's got a very good snap, and by that I mean a short swing with the forearm, not so much of the shoulders and lower body, but because of that he's able to misdirect quite effectively. And you see him trying to do that there, holding and then suddenly slapping that. But there's Burstein's very nice little boast. That ball suspiciously close to being down. Burstein with this rather odd forehand, you don't often see. It's a round-on forearm, and I've been a little critical of that. But I have to say, since I first made the criticism of that technique, I haven't seen anybody being able to take advantage of it. So he obviously manages it extremely well. But Zhao Yizhan for Yale immediately starting with quite a snappy, quick pace, and putting Ido under the pressure. Ido calling that down on himself. Very good games. Sportsmanship, sorry, not gamesmanship, sportsmanship. And away we go with Zhao Yizhan, 3-love up. Not electing to volley that return, Ido, always a bad mistake, I feel, because it puts the opponent in the ascendancy and puts you on the back foot to begin with. Some good length there for Ido, and that's beautifully played. You saw him angle his racket slightly towards the side wall, so he picked up that lovely little fade, hit the front wall and faded out towards the side wall. So 1-3. Nice tightness here, ball glued to the wall, really giving a problem for Ido there. Nice little change up there from Zhao Yizhan, suggesting a fuller stroke and just cutting it down at the end. There's the reverse angle from Ido Burstein. Good width and length there. Zhao Yizhan with a not so good length because of the quality, but they're doing the same thing to Ido Burstein. You can see if they can make that ball bounce on the back of the service boxes, which are those two rectangles on either side, so that the second bounce is bouncing somewhere near the side wall and back wall, then they really create difficulties for the opponent to return a like ball with similar quality. That's still a bit short from both players, still a bit short. That's longer, it's maybe a little too long. That's the one right there. Nice little boast there from Ido. He does, like, as I said earlier, that 2-wall, and he uses it to gut rip and really hurt his opponent, put some movement. Obviously Zhao Yizhan, quite a tall man, although quite slim, so not too heavy, but still the lanky guys, it's you know, always your objective to try and twist and turn them, because there's more of them and it takes longer for them to redirect. It's a good length there, and tight from Ido, but a little short, but loose ball from Zhao Yizhan, and he's got to really think about his quality here, because Ido is not going to pass up on opportunities to attack off loose ball. Very tight down that backhand side wall. So 4-3. And we'll try and give you a look down this backhand sidewall so that you can see the kind of quality that these players are producing. And later on, of course, when we have our main draw semi-finals, you'll really see some tight ball down that backhand sidewall. If you haven't been watching the whole week, or if you're relatively new to the sport, or you're learning the sport, 65% of the game of squash is played by right-handers down the backhand side, and that was a stroke because Ido's played a bad shot through the middle of the court, and his opponent therefore given a penalty point. 65% down the backhand, 80% to the back of the court, so that back left corner really sees a lot of play, more than the back right corner, because most people push it across onto this backhand because they play with more confidence directionally down the backhand wall, although with more power on the forehand side. So the snap that you tend to get on a forehand, usually for most players, greater consistently than the snap that you get on a backhand. It's a very nice length by Ido Burstein there, and not quite width enough there to do the damage. And that's very good. 2 boasts in a row, really twisting the big man's body around. You see he's wrong-footed and falling over. And that's what you've got to do with a player like Zhao Yizhan. You've got to be able to keep them off balance, because they've got that fantastic reach that if they get in front of you, they can just pin you back with intercept volleys. 5-4, Zhao Yizhan, beautiful width there. Oh, that's just gorgeously played here. You watch him set up, he's got that angle perfectly. And again, I'm always saying what great mathematicians these squash players are. I mean, it's living math, it's the geometry of sport. And they're able to bisect angles better than you could with a protractor, if you know what a protractor is. So a person of a certain age may know. We used to use them at school to calculate angles when we were drawing with a pencil.
6-5.
And of course, draftsmen and architects are very skilled with those particular implements. And most squash players are architects of a game plan. Oop. Overstretching. So Ido really doing well here to come from slightly behind to slightly in front, and based on the quality of his width and length and his ability to then attack any loose ball. He's getting loose ball out of Zhao Yizhan. No volley there from Zhao, and immediately he's on the defensive, but this time he's countered with the little trickle boast. That's the little boast at the front of the court, which hits the sidewall and the front wall, and is a very good wrong footing shot if not played too often. Lovely wrist across the court from Zhao, and forcing the defensive boast and another defensive boast, and this time straightened because it wasn't quite deep enough. But that was the first time I've really seen Ido's backhand technique really being attacked, although he handled it well enough. That's beautiful ball, good width, and again tightness. You see it bouncing right there on the first floorboard from the sidewall. That's good tightness again. Oh, that's probably a double hit there, I think. I think that boast may have hit Ido's racket twice. Very difficult to see. 7-all. Good width there and length. Good wrong footing shot. Very fast snap there from Zhao. That boast was probably played too early and too speculatively, because Ido was comfortably able to get there and do something with it. It's a really difficult judgment call. You can't play the boast if your opponent is in position and waiting for it. You've got to get them out of position, or you've got to have good deception occasionally and not do it too often to play it unexpectedly. If you play that boast and you lose the ascendancy in the rally, it's kind of giving up control. But on the other hand, if you can play it and really put work into your opponent's body, there's value in it whether you win the rally or not. Better length there. Oh, that's too tight. Too tight. He sort of committed before he realized just how good it was. So Ito moving ahead, 2 points of daylight, really controlling this match quite well in times. Zhao Yizhan needing to improve the quality of his approach play and not play short too early. He's anxious to kind of upset the rock-like Burstein with variety and change direction, but he can't do it leaving himself vulnerable, because Burstein's very good at taking advantage of openings. There's a loose ball, defensive ball, and Burstein really putting Zhao Yizhan on the rack there and contorting his body in nasty twisting, turning motions. Ito Burstein harking back to the atavistic tendencies of his far ancestors. Very, very good completion to that game by Ito Burstein. Really organized, solid, reliable, but also with that lovely ability to hit that boast and the straight drop volley or attacking volley, but sparingly, not overdoing it, earning his opening before he takes advantage of it. And Zhao Yizhan, unfortunately, just slightly too many balls short too early, and Burstein seizing on them and taking advantage. And also Zhao Yizhan responding to some of the good quality depth from Burstein with loose ball rather than maintaining the quality tightness. Okay, so advantage Burstein. Let's see what Zhao Yizhan comes out with in the second game. So, back we come with Harvard's Ito Burstein very much in the driving seat in this semi-final of the Pool Cup consolation, and Zhao Yizhan very much with it all to do. Another loose ball, but unusually Ito Burstein going short too early. But there again, as I mentioned before, that lovely little two-wall that he likes to play. Holding it and just playing it with the right weight for it to die in the front corner. A real gut ripper. Overdoing it that time, and you saw his technique not so good that time because he dropped his wrist and stood up. So there's a chance of pushing the ball down towards the tin. Quality width, a good idea when you get a quality width like that from Zhao Yizhan to chuck it up in the air, because it prevents you from directly hitting the ball back at yourself and gives you more time to deal with the situation. Well straightened there from Zhao Yizhan, but another gut-ripping boast from Burstein, working the taller man's body around the court. Zhao Yizhan looking, determined, but he's just not able to keep enough tight quality ball to prevent Burstein from working him. And another lovely 2-wall boast from Ido Burstein. Very good snap there from Burstein, very sudden. And that's not going to be a let. Is it a let? I am surprised because it was a very loose ball. The only thing I can say is that the referee judged that Zhao's volley straight bounced up and wasn't that good. Oh, there's a little bit of Burstein's medicine for him. Nice little wristy round the wall flick. Kept his racket face open with a bit of deception because it was hard to see until the last moment what was happening. It's a beautiful little speculative approach shot, but his first short ball loose and Zhao able to go in and counterattack. That's tight. Good snap there, but half length. But he's very quick to the front of the court, Zhao. So Burstein's going to have to really think about. Oh, that is a good example of how sticky these sidewall nicks are here at the US Squash Center. And if you get the width, you can get rewarded perhaps more than you would on some of the faster, bouncier courts. Zhao a little bit unlucky there, but there was a good width from Burstein, so although it looked strange, it was based on quality. Good width. Managed to find the back wall and the side wall. Likewise there. Good tightness, good flick there. Burstein. That's his favourite in that little drop volley there, but he hasn't quite finished him off this time. So he's going to have to go back and reset. Oh, that is a little bit ambitious. That ball's in the wall almost. It was almost like a fly preserved in amber. You weren't going to boast that one. Very tight, very good quality. Again, you see Burstein with an initial prospective ball into the backcourt a couple of times to get himself a good intercept position, and then really delivering on the quality of the intercept. Zhao Yuzhan still not quite finding consistent enough length to force Burstein to hit a loose ball to him. And he's really on the rack again here, being made to move. He got back to it a little bit. Oh, and there's a little 2-wall boast. That was a bit of a gut ripper as well. Burstein didn't like that. Half length there from Burstein. He's in trouble. Just lost his quality for a split second, and Zhao Yuzhan hanging on here in this second game, and maybe even finding a little bit better form himself. Burstein just making sure that there's no drips of water on the floor. Good quality length again. Now there's a nice shot there from Zhao Yuzhan. Look at this width and length, catches the sidewall neck, and almost nothing to hit there. That's the sort of quality I was talking about. He's got to maintain that. That's the only way that he's going to limit Ido from working him around the court. Oh, it's a poor serve. He's got to hit the sidewall and the serve. The only time you don't hit the sidewall and the serve is if you do something like a change-up that goes straight at the person's body. But that was just a loose serve. Half length, that's dangerously close to a stroke. Let given. Yeah, very lucky there, Burstein, because he moved back into the line directly to his own shot. We saw Nicholas Spazzeri yesterday, in the first game he played, really getting into trouble playing the ball back into his own zone, and then very intelligently completely changing how he dealt with those balls. And I think maybe the rest of the whole 5-game match might have got into trouble twice or 3 times, where there was 5 times in the first game. So if you're clever, you can think about designing your shot to avoid those situations, even if you're standing on the ball and your technique's not good at moving off the ball. It's a good rally. Quality. Both players working hard to try and find the ascendancy and the front position. Oh, Burstein, that's the first impatient shot I've really seen him play. You know, he really needed to play another length, and he knew it, but sort of wilted a little bit and tried to finish the rally instead of work his opponent. Oh, it's trouble. Burstein's beginning to look just a little bit shaky on the movement. Maybe a little bit ropey. Yeah, and finished off by Zhao Yizhan with real raw power and a good width. But yeah, Burstein maybe just looking a little weary on some of the movements there, and therefore losing his balance and the quality and direction and accuracy of his shots. Good movement now from Zhao. He's really moving around the court well. Nice little float there. Good pick up because it was a good shot from Burstein. He didn't really want to see it to come back, but it did. A little 2-wall burst. Quite hard work for Zhao to pick that up, but he got there. And that's a good attack, but it's still to half length. Burstein still in this, playing a nice width and length. That's a good width and length from Zhao. Zhao back in the ascendancy, getting in front. And getting a good width there. Burstein looking ropey. Oh, that's just a frighteningly lucky shot. Frighteningly lucky shot. That ball's right on the wall, and he's spun that like a table tennis ball. The best table tennis players in the world would have been happy with that as a serve, because you wouldn't have known where it was going when it bounced. 8-4, Zhao Yizhan. Ido Burstein just a little bit sort of out of sorts, just not feeling as comfortable as he was, and sort of going through the motions a little bit. He may, of course, regather. Players often do go through periods of fatigue and then slow things down and then find a second wind and do well. It's a very good attacking length here, and a little bit of deception as well, just rotating his body right and leaving his racket head behind so that the ball was able to go straight. It's one of my favorite little moves in squash. Good cross court there into the nick though by Ido Burstein. No volley again, but he's played a good quality length. Where's that volley? Nido playing the 2-wall, but I'm not really seeing him move up behind it, so... Well, that's a good snap, but I'm not sure if that caught the top of the tin. It looks pretty good to me. Yep, it was. 6-9. Good serve straight at the body there. A little adjustment to his bandana. Loose. Not quite good enough length attacking the loose ball there from Burstein. And there's a lovely little 2-wall. And Zhao Yizhan did well, but he then sent a loose ball back. Having dug himself out of dire straits, he should have stuck a big old lob up and said, I'm going to settle back down and reset this rally, but he tried to play a fast ball from a difficult situation. And Burstein said, thank you very much. 7-9 Burstein, not quite done in this game yet. Oh, might be now. 10-7 Zhao Yizhan. Slightly tired lunge forwards from Burstein. Good width and length there, short there. Good pick up on the half volley, even though he was in trouble there from Zhao Yizhan. And another sort of tired looking shot, but apparently it was down. So, yeah. Zhao Yizhan taking that game, and much better on his width and length, and ably aided, I'm afraid, by Ido Burstein, just not being quite so reliable and rock steady as we've become used to him being, and that may be, you know, a long tournament, hard work beginning to weigh. So 1-1, nice little match here up between these two players, who wouldn't typically see each other in regular season, as Zhao is number 1 for Yale and Ido's number 3 for Harvard. Okay, back in a moment with the third game. So let's have a little look around the ground, and you see that match with Ido and Zhao Yizhan there. We've got Jose Andres Lopez in a humdinger with Arav Bagwati, beg his pardon. And first game with Nathan C. Bing Quay in the other semi-final of this match that we're this division that we're watching, against Maxwell Orr. Maxwell Orr played a great game yesterday, but Nathan C. Bing Quay very quick around the court, and maybe giving Maxwell Orr conniptions in terms of his speed and movement. Anyway, back to this match, and Zhao Yizhan has come back well. A little more intensity, and meanwhile Ido Burstein just dropping off his regular sort of steadiness and being tempted into playing a few balls loose and short, which I have not seen him do very much before. There's a loose ball. Oh, and poor technique there from Zhao Yizhan. Didn't set himself up, didn't get his angle, and the unforced error letting Ido in. Yeah, it's definitely looking a little bit like it's hard work for Ido, and he's sort of slightly slow to picking up some of these balls, which then results in him playing a looser next ball. It's kind of a progressive thing, or a regressive, I should say, thing, where he's gradually falling behind in these rallies. Little top spin on the back of that backhand there from Zhao Yizhan. Good wrist flick there. Good tightness, but again, some of the lengths that Ido's getting, not what I'm used to him playing, and just falling off a little bit. It was a little more quick and sharp to move up into position. There's another loose ball. But Zhao Yizhan not able to play as accurately as he would like, and therefore Ido staying in it. Yeah, there's that straight forehand. A little bit awkward when the ball catches the sidewall and jumps out at the back wall. That's a very nice sharp strike though. Good change up there by Ido. Tight, good quality. Well in. Good length there. Well straightened. And that's a loose ball. That's going to be a stroke. Yeah, he's just maybe not quite as aware as he sometimes is, and didn't dance out of the way there. 2-1, Zhao Yizhan. It's a loose early ball from Zhao. He did well to stay alive, and again a tired sort of movement from Ido. Very disappointing, I'm sure, for him. 3-1. Loose ball again. Good boast though. It's good sharp cross court. And Zhao Yizhan very quick into that intercept volley. Very nicely picked up. Oh, a little top spin, very nice. Very deceptive, that top spin, because it looks like it might be a boast. And you whip the racket face around the back and top of the ball, and it goes straight. 4-1. Good length, loose ball, but Zhao's very quick around the court at the moment, really nippy. And that's a nice shot by Ido, getting his angles right on that one. Two-4. Good lengths. Both players getting good depth there. Yeah, that's hard work dealing with that. Not quite catching the nick, Ido, though, and suddenly there's a counter-attack, and he's back on the back foot. That's a bit short. Better length. Very nicely played. Getting down low. Little float there. Ooh, that's a very, very ambitious cross-court attempted nick. Very lucky to get away with that, Zhao Yizhan. Boast. You know, it's always going to be a mistake playing defensively a three-wall boast from the back of the court, and I'm not sure even if he needed to do that. It was a slightly tired mental error, I think, by Burstein. Tight ball, well picked up by Zhao Yizhan. Good speedy movement across the court there to pick up the attack. Oh, and a very nice width and length. Yes, definitely beginning to find his targets better. First game he was very loose, but now he's beginning to find some very good targets. Zhao Yizhan, 6-2. That was a good target by Burstein. Oh, he's gone for that cross-court nick. Have some of that, my friend. Whoosh! Lovely. Played with confidence, but again, I like the fact that he followed his cross-court nick across to be ready to pick up any of the proceeds that Zhao Yizhan was able to scrape out of that nick. There were none, but that's not the important thing. The important thing is and again, you see him moving as he hits that very good attacking boast into position for the next shot, which means that the boast was part of a rally construct, and therefore his thinking is rally-centric rather than shot-centric. When he stands still and watches his own shot, that will tell you that he's not really trying to build a rally, he's trying to finish the point. Oh, that's very well played, because that could have ended up in a let, but he's decided it's wise. Oh, but just loose, just loose. So Burstein was beginning to sort of find a little bit more consistency there, but again, Zhao Yizhan able to take advantage of an uncharacteristic loose ball from Burstein. Very loose. Played tight. Oh, I love that little top spin. That is a very nice little shot there. Watch him roll that racket face over the top and that geocentric force that he puts on the ball with either top spin or underslice makes the ball want to stay on the sidewall because of the rotation on the ball. Oh, good picking up, and Burstein was not expecting that at all. That last leg step of Zhao Yizhan came out like a streak of lightning there. Fantastic. Oh, that's very, very capitulation-like from Ido Burstein. Definitely losing interest in this part of the match. Losing interest or energy, one of the two. So Zhao Yizhan really doing very well there. I was very impressed with the quality of the width and length, the speed of the defense when he was attacked, and of course, as a stroke maker myself, somebody who has a great appreciation of deception and the artistry of the sport, really love that little backhand topspin. Okay, so back in a moment to see the fourth game in this Pool Cup semi-final consolation matchup. So fourth game, Zhao Yizhan in charge. Let's see what happens. Wow, that was tight. And a superb width and length. Well, Ido Burstein certainly not capitulating here. A little flourish there from Ido Burstein, suggesting that he may be coming out willing to re-engage battle. That's a half-length attack to nothing there from Zhao Yizhan. He's got to really place his balls better than that. Was middle of the court. Lovely loft. And a good response there from Ido, rather than overstretching and whacking that ball, hitting the floated volley back. I often say the best answer to a good quality float is a good quality float. And there's another example of that. Right. Some discussion as to whether the ball was up or not. To me, it looked good. Zhao Yizhan not sure. Let being played because they couldn't make their mind up. Ido rather disappointed. Obviously not wishing to have to expend any more energy than he absolutely has to. To half length. Little boast. Sometimes catching Zhao Yizhan slightly flat-footed. That's a little bit of a whack to nothing from Zhao Yizhan, but another loose ball there from Ido, bouncing out. Zhao Yizhan not doing very much wrong there. 1-1. width and length there from Zhao Yizhan, but equaled by Ido Burstein. A little loose there from the Yale man. And his Harvard counterpart seems to be a little bit re-energized at the beginning of this fourth game. It's a good hold there, but wasn't quite good enough width and length. It's quite a nice little jousting for position at the beginning of this fourth game with these two players. There's quite a good rally construction, some planning and organisation going on. No let given, because the ball was very, very tight. 2-1, Ido Burstein. Perhaps with interest in taking this into the fifth more than he looked in the third game. The 2-wall boast there from Zhao Yizhan, and Ido, oh, I guess the ball was down there. Complete mishit from Zhao Yizhan. As I mentioned earlier in the warm-up, he does have this racket head shake, which I always worry about when I'm working with players, because to me it means that they are guesstimating where they want to be relative to the ball rather than calculating. The shaking of the racket not giving us pure math as holding the racket still and moving the feet to where the racket's telling the feet they need to go. 4-1. More of a calculation, guesstimation, rather than a precise judgment. However, he's probably used to it. He probably doesn't even know that it actually affects his judgment, and has become comfortable with it over the years. So it's only occasionally that it's going to cause him a problem. So he's holding his racket head beautifully still on the backhand side, and therefore he's getting a very clear judgment of position and where the ball's going to be. That's beautifully delivered. Not overdoing this. See how solid his feet were, and he's following it up. So he's got some weight transference. So that kinetic chain coming from the solid foot up through the body into the racket arm and into the ball. That was nicely set up as well, but very good by Ido. Got in there with very good position and just used his wrist to take it across the court to a very good width. So Ido really, you know, staking his claim to a fifth game here. 5-2. Not good enough width from Zhao Yizhan. Bit of a struggle there for Ido. And he's on the back foot here, but he's still hanging in. That's a half length. That's another half length. So a couple of tired shots coming in from both players. Well, certainly tired from Burstein and maybe just misdirected and miscontrolled. Oh, that's a beautiful backhand drop shot. Look how low Zhao gets here. For a big man to get his eyes down to the level of the ball that low, that's very fine technique and athleticism. 3-5. Pick up there. Good lifting of the ball there from that very tight ball inside ball, and well pushed through Zhao Yizhan. He didn't stop and try and get a let because he knew he wouldn't get one. Yeah. But he's made the effort to go and get the ball despite the fact that he played loose, and that's what we want to see more of. Make the effort to play the ball. So he's back to 4-5, and his chance of finishing this match off looking a lot stronger now. Just needs to maintain the quality of the width and length, because Burstein's still very good when he's given the openings. There's poor width and length again, but a good half volley with a little top spin on it. And Ido too tempted into his favourite little boast. That's twice he's tried to play a boast which is very difficult. It's called a squeeze boast when the ball is right on the sidewall. And unless your footwork is absolutely perfect and you're using your legs to back out, the chances are it's just going to die on the sidewall, and that's what's happened the last couple of times. Oh, beautiful width from Zhao Yizhan. So throughout the match, gradually Zhao Yizhan's quality to the back of the court has improved, and he's really reaping rewards from that because he's getting loose ball from Ido Burstein, who not really known for giving loose ball. And Zhao Yizhan really rampant now. Looks like he may well convert this into a 4-game victory. Loose ball from Ido again. Just beginning to look a little weary. Hitting that defensive boast, although not capitalized on by Zhao. There's good width and length. And Ido again going for a defensive boast. Just really not a good shot in an advanced squash. And he's really kind of just hanging on. Kind of ably aided by Zhao, who's actually not doing much with the weak shots that Ido's playing. That's tight. And that's trouble. Oh, again, he's not really capitalized on that. Finally, he put Ido out of his misery. Ido had played 4 defensive boasts in that rally. Now, I doubt that in a regular game in regular season when he's playing well that he would be willing to put 1 defensive boast in there. He's gone for those boasts as hit and hopes to a nick. Oh, that's a loose ball. Good pickup though, and another tight ball. So we're getting close here. Fortunately for Zhao Yizhan, Ido Burstein definitely looking weary and not able to capitalize on some of the ill-advised attacks that I think Zhao's playing. It's a very good lift there. Nice lift as well. Oh, that's a long way up there, but he's made it. And again, oh, that's a tired movement from Ido, but he's still managed to get back. And he's gone for a 2-wall boast this time, which was a very nice shot, instead of that 3-wall boast, which is a disaster. Completely different shot when you hit the 2-wall boast, because as the opponent chases it down, instead of it hitting the sidewall and coming back into the middle court towards the opponent, it's always running away. That's why we call it the gut ripper. I was feeling very weary a few minutes ago. I just had a half a payday, a candy bar, and suddenly I'm all excited again. Sugar is a good thing sometimes. Very tight. Half length, and there's that boast from the back of the court from Ido again. He's managed to stay alive, but it really is staving off disaster rather than taking control. And here we are at match ball to Zhao Yizhan for Yale against the Harvard man who is just a little half a step off where he would like to be and leaving quite loose ball, playing things too early. Oh, it's very tight though. Hasn't completely done. Pride helping him to fuel his continuation. Certainly not fuel, because I think he's running on fumes. Oh, it's a very loose ball. Yeah. You can't hit a loose ball to Ido and expect him to just push it back. He's going to attack you. It's good length. Whoa, that's a good width. Oh, no let there. Let? No let. Absolutely. Sorry, just checking with my faithful production staff, Evan here, who's letting me know what the referee is saying. (8-10). Burstein hanging on for grim death. This Israeli rock. Beautiful width there. That's what we expect from Ido. That kind of quality. was a very good width by Yijan. Good pickup though, I don't know where he's going there. Send us a postcard, mate. All loose. It's a good rally. Good lift. Bursting going for his favourite little 2-wall. Oh my word, and there was nothing left in the Yijan legs to push forwards there. You can see he was absolutely stuck in molten lava there. 9-10. So can it be? The granite man from Israel will not go away. Steadfast. Crimson granite, of course. Yeah, very good. Solid lines. Good length. Ooh, the little 2-wall. Oh, it's quickly onto it, but again, he's played good length there, Burstein. Oh, that is unlucky, because that's probably one of the better formed rallies of the last half an hour. But too much, and Zhao Yijan completing a pretty solid and grateful victory there against the Crimson's senior Ido Burstein, who just, despite those last couple of rallies, had definitely become a little weary and lost his first step. Long season, and end of the tournament for him, I think, unless he has to play another playoff game, which may be a bridge too far. But anyway, that's the end of our coverage of the semi-finals of the consolation, and in just a very few minutes, in fact in a minute or two, we're going to have the beginning of our semi-final matches. So we'll start our presentation again in a couple of minutes, and you should be excited about what we've got to offer you. Okay.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the semifinals here at the 2023 CSA National Collegiate Individual Championships. We have 4 fantastic matches on tap for you this afternoon, featuring 8 of the best squash players in the country. But first, we have some special awards to give out, so I'd like to introduce to the court the Executive Director of the Collegiate Squash Association and his assistant, David Pullman and Abby Winger.
Good afternoon, everybody. It's great to have you all with us. Before we begin our semifinals today, we do have a few quick announcements. First, every year we honor seniors who are graduating from college squash, and we have 2 awards that recognize the top seniors for both the men and the women. So before our first women's semifinal today, I want to introduce our 3 finalists. They've had great accomplished careers. They've been leaders on the court, they've been leaders off the court, and we're very pleased to recognize them as finalists today. We'll be announcing the winner in a few weeks as we prepare. We'll do it via our virtual award show, the Senior Serve. It'll be our 3rd year in a row doing that. But for now, we want to bring them out on court and recognize them for their accomplishments. So first, she's from just across the street, Drexel University's Alina Bushma. Next, reigning national champion, Siva Subramaniam from Cornell. And our third finalist from Princeton University, she was victorious earlier today. She'll be on court tomorrow. A senior from Princeton, Andrea Toth. We're very proud of these accomplished women. They've done a great job throughout their career. Again, we'll be honoring them soon in a few weeks. Stay tuned for more information about that. Let's have one more round of applause for our Betty Ritchie Award finalists. That's all we have for now. We'll see you again later with some more award announcements, but for now I'll pass it back to Bill.
Thank you, David. Ladies and gentlemen, let's bring on to the court our first Ramsey Trophy semifinalist. She is our number 4 seed here in Philadelphia. She is representing the University of Virginia. A warm welcome for Megan Best. Her opponent is the number 1 seed here in Philadelphia. She is the defending Ramsey Cup champion from Cornell University, Siva Subramaniam.
Well, welcome ladies and gentlemen to our presentation of the semi-finals of the CSA National Championships individual finals here from the Arlen Specter US Squash Center. I'm Richard Millman, your host, and I've been involved with the game of squash since 1971 when I first started at Gresham School under the tutelage of Malcolm Wilstrop, and then here in the United States since 1995, where I was the head coach at Cornell University and also the first ever Pan American Games men's team coach. And I've been a fan of CSA squash ever since. Today we have some delightful offerings for you, and I think you're going to really enjoy them. The players that we're going to be looking at today, I'm just going to read them off for you. We have number 1 seed Siva Subramaniam from Cornell against Megan Best, the number 4 seed from UVA in the Ramsey Trophy, Ramsey Cup, apologies. The next match on will be the number 1 seed in the men's event, Ali Hussein from UVA, and he'll be playing against Mohammed Sharaf, the inspirational player from Trinity, seeded 4th. And following that at 3:30 we'll have Simi Chan, or Chan Sin-yuk. She's the number 3 seed from Columbia against Harvard number 1 Marina Stefanioni, who's seeded number 2. And finally, in quite a grouping of upsetters, we'll have the 11th seed, George Crown of Harvard, against Veer Chatrani, the number 7 seed. More about all of these matches later on, but right now let's get right onto the court and see our first match. And you see there Siva Subramaniam on the right hand side, the number 1 seed, the reigning champion, just moving across the left, against Megan Best from UVA, number 4 seed. So what can we tell you about these players? Well, Siva Subramanian from Malaysia, currently the world Sorry, I was just talking over the announcer, so we'll let him finish.
Siva and Megan have met twice in College Squash Association competition, with Siva holding a 2-0 edge.
Okay, so as I was saying, Siva Subramaniam, the Cornell #1 from Malaysia, she's currently the number 18 in the world, and she's the reigning champion, two-time All-American from Kuala Lumpur, and she went to the College of Tuanku Jafar. And against her we have Megan Best from UVA, from Barbados, from Christchurch. She went to Choate Rosemary Hall, first team All-American last year. She had the honor of being the flag bearer for the Barbados Olympic team to the Commonwealth Games, and she has won 3 golds and 2 silvers at the Pan Am Juniors. So that's who they are, and let's just talk a little bit about what you can expect here. Megan Best has incredibly sudden and explosive racket head speed and power, a really tremendous forearm, and the ability to wrong foot players and with such severity and weight of stroke that is shocking at times. Siva Subramaniam, also a different kind of speed, one of the fastest racket heads you'll see in the sport, very languid wrist action, but I refer to her sometimes as the Wasp, because she will float around seemingly innocuously and suddenly attack, and particularly when her opponent attacks her counter-attacking ability and her accuracy from what seems like a difficult ball to defend, she'll actually hit an even tighter ball than the ball that she's defending against. So what I think you're going to see is an attempt by Siva Subramaniam to work Megan Best around the court. Megan, extraordinarily talented across the court. You see the 2 service boxes and the line that goes from left to right across the court. She is, if she gets to hold on to that line and dominate that line, she is incredibly dominant. But Siva, I think, will be trying to use her 2 wall boasts, her wrist for deception, flicking across the court to expose Megan's movement. But if Megan can set up this barrage of quality at the back of the court and keep Siva pinned down and then get in early, you may find that the #1 seed from Cornell has some trouble. We shall see. Already Cornell #1, Siva using height to work the ball around the court and make Megan Best stretch, and you can see her attacking her there with that cross court, and again very nice attacks from Megan Best. So this is what it's going to be. It's going to be the brutality and frightening power really of Megan Best against the beautiful movement and flair and variety of stroke of the Cornell #1. There's a good example of it, laying the wrist back and just misdirecting the ball and her opponent. Megan Best will be very anxious to cut the ball off. She does not want to get into a battle of running great distances around the court. It's not what her game's about. But
yes,
let given. Yeah.
Hand out. I'm sorry. Yeah, hand out 1 all.
Because Megan's movement is a little suspect, she does sometimes get involved with quite a lot of traffic. But the thing is, Siva's movement is just so gloriously flowing that, you know, it's less likely to happen with Siva than with another person whose movement is as difficult, if you like, as Megan's. I mean, not that her movement is terrible, it's just not as flowing as Siva's is. But see that sharpness on that half volley, and again, Megan just missing that one, but the previous one, her weight transference and taking that ball on the rise, the severity is vicious at times. Good drive to a length, and again good Good length there. It's going to be very important for Seaver to get. Oh, didn't see a run directly to that ball instead of getting round to set up her 90 degrees. But it's going to be very important for Seaver to move Megan off of that line that goes across the court that we call the short line, because that is her territory. That's her wheelhouse. You leave Megan there at your peril. 4-2 Megan Best for UVA. So far, haven't seen Megan having to move short to the front very much at all. And of course, it may take Seaver a while to set up a barrage of quality length that makes, oh yeah,
Stroke to best.
very, very tight balls from Megan. You know, exacting a price from Seaver. She's playing a few loose balls now. But world-class attacks there from Megan. Yeah, she's not interested in going up there at all. I'm a little annoyed with herself for playing a loose ball. 3-5. Loose serve. Don't like to see that. Seaver is good at the serve down the middle at the body, but that was neither one thing nor the other. It's got to hit the sidewall. That's a beautiful shot there, because this is loose. Look, it's half length in the front of the service box. It's going to be punished. 4-5. That's half length, and that's money to Megan Best. She'll just seize on that and put pressure on. But that's a beautiful shot by Seaver, and a loose ball there, but not properly attacked. It wasn't either long or short from Seaver, and Megan almost coming back with the counter attack. Risky for Megan to be going too early for the boast, but such a loose ball from Seaver. I'm really surprised she hasn't used a deception there and wrong-footed Megan, because, you know, she's just set Megan up there, and obviously Megan with great touch when she gets to the front of the court. 6-4. That's beautifully ghosted in there. Just took all the pace out of that ball, and it died, and there's no bounce. 5-6. Surprised that Seaver didn't volley that ball. Oh, it's a great pick up there.
I saw it was good.
Oh, it's 2 bounces. It is 2 bounces.
6-all.
Ooh, not given us 2 bounces. I thought I clearly saw a second bounce, but there you go. Oh, difficult ball. Good lift. A little off balance, Megan there, but a half length from Seaver, really bringing Megan back into the game. And the Cornell woman not quite hitting her targets at the moment, and the UVA Cavalier really seizing on these opportunities. 7-6. Good volley return, but again, Megan Best on that halfway line. She is just imperious. She's able to get up to the front of the court because she had enough time. That looked close to being out. And again, that authority from Megan Best in controlling the middle of the court and bossing her opponent, which she does so well. 8-6. Good width and length. That's a very tight ball, but tightly returned as well. How tight was that? That was scary, and she really capitalized on that. 9-6. So Subramaniam really under the gun here, because she hasn't hit her targets, and she's giving Megan Best too many opportunities to take control, take charge, and with severity punish Subramaniam around the court. Half length, that just won't do. That's her wheelhouse. Good width. And it's a very good attempt at a nick, but didn't quite pay off. There's more use of the height. It's still not doing enough damage. There should be a little 2-wall boast in there, and it's going to be a stroke, but Yeah, normally I expect Subramaniam to really use that late boast where she lays her wrist back and you can't see whether it's going to go straight or boast, and that would get the lateral movement and the diagonal forward movement of Megan Best involved. But at the moment, Megan Best really not letting the Cornell woman dictate at all. In fact, she is the dictator. That one's a little looser from Megan Best. That's a good shot, good reach, and yeah, very cleverly using her body to make sure she creates all the possible space and taking charge there. So this game not over quite yet. Obviously, if Subramaniam makes a mistake, or if Megan Best hits an outrageously good shot, it could be different, but well, that's a beautiful shot from there. That's absolutely gorgeous. It's so important to learn to hit a volley to a length in those situations. People on those overheads tend to slam them and they go inaccurately or try and play short, but that was beautifully targeted. 9-9, very tight ball. This is an opportunity, and yes, she's taken advantage of it, got in there and slid that ball into the sidewall. 10-9 game ball. This is a great turnaround from the number 1 seed. Good width and length there from Megan Best. She can take advantage of this. She does, but she's not quite finished it. And now Subramaniam back into the rally. A little loose. Good boast. Subramaniam's movement very good to the front of the court. Oh, I don't know if she's going to get a let there. Oh, a let was given. Goodness me, I knowing the professional referee's direction and having talked to her coach David Palmer, I would have expected her to go through and try and get that ball, because it's a big risk at 10-9 to ask for a let that may be given a no let, but she got away with it. Good height there, and another loose ball from Megan Best, but really nothing done with that by Subramaniam. She sort of hesitated, and that's going to be a stroke, and 10 all. So anybody's game at this point. It really, neither player dominating. I would say Best getting the most advantage out of this first game by playing more of her typical game plan, and Subramaniam yet not quite yet settling down. Oh, it's a glorious piece of wrist. This is what she can do. Look at that sudden late flick. There's no chance, no chance. Even a men's athlete would really struggle to pick that up because it's so late and so gloriously executed. So 11-10 game ball to Subramaniam. Megan Best still controlling that middle line, and it's a beautiful floated ball. She's got great control up there in the air. And another great length, but that's a good width there by Subramaniam, exactly finding the fade that meets the ball and the sidewall at the point that Megan Best is trying to play it. So it's a good turnaround by Subramaniam, although really, to begin with, she was putting herself in difficult situations by giving Megan Best too much on the halfway line and too much easy early ball at the front. But she did rectify it very nicely. Her own use of height, her movement, and those amazing abilities to counter-attack under pressure. So 1-love to the number 1 seed in this wonderful semi-final of the Ramsey Cup. The United States Championships, of course, divided into multiple divisions. We have the Ramsey Cup, which is the top 16 players, and then below that in the women's we have the Holleran, named after our wonderful former national champion and hitherto coach Dema Holleran, and there are 4 divisions, north, south, east and west of the Holleran Cup.
15 seconds.
But anyway, this is the one. This is the first semi-final with the number 1 and 4 seeds having made their way on seeding through and now competing for a place in the final of the national championships.
Subramaniam leads 1 game
So, be interesting to see if Subramanian can improve her accuracy and targeting to limit the brutality that, yeah, you're quite right. She should have moved off that ball as she hit it. She was static and she knew it. But to avoid the brutality of the directed force that is Megan Best. But already, a couple of very well targeted balls from Subramanian, really limiting Megan Best. And so, if Megan Best can only defend, she can't really take charge of the court. See her digging deep to get those balls out of the back corner. Good quality there though, and a little half volley, maybe a little bit risky going that early against Subramanian. You know, she knows she likes to attack from the halfway line, but that's too early in the rally. And as I mentioned earlier, Subramanian's ability with the 2-wall on the side wall, really remarkable. She suggests she's going to hit straight, and at the last minute she drops that wrist back, and you get that. Oh, that's a gorgeous little ball. Yes, it's really well executed rally. She's really beginning to look the business now. So low and moving off the ball as she hit it. Great kinetic chain from her legs all the way through her body to the ball. Oh, it's a loose ball, and Best able to take advantage of that. Once again, we see how lethal Megan Best is from that short line. 1-4. Good opening sort of stanza there from Siva, but has to be followed up. You don't want Megan Best coming back to 4-all, because once Siva lets it, oh, beautiful 2-wall. Once Siva lets Megan come back in, Megan would be very confident and would start taking charge. But a beautiful 2-wall there. It's one of her great assets. Oh, and that's beautifully executed as well. Feathering this in. Look at this, ghosted in. Just absolute control. This is why she's the #1 seed and the number 18 professional level player in the world. Obviously we are not professional in the CSA. We are limited on what prize money can be taken because we're full-time student athletes. But she's of that caliber, despite the fact that she's still engaged in the full-time academic program. And again, now Megan Best being made to pay when she goes to the front of the court too early, because the counter-attacking ability of Siva Subramanian, as I mentioned in the early remarks, is quite remarkable. And if you leave her a ball she can hit, she can come back at you with that wasp sting that you just don't expect. 2-7. Good length there. Good length there. Good length there. Bit of height used there. And that was a wonderful attempt at a cross-court nick. But again, Subramanian just so quick to pick that stuff up. Oh. Definitely beginning to look the gift horse in the mouth there, I'm afraid, Subramanian. You know, looking for the end of the rally rather than continuing her opponent's anguish, which she would have done if she'd played any kind of length ball there. 3-7, Megan Best staunching the flow somewhat. But Subramanian looking much more into this match than a couple of the games that she played yesterday, where she was struggling to really find her form. But this is very good. 8-3, loose ball from Megan Best. She can't afford that. She needs to be the one in charge, taking advantage of the loose ball, not the one behind. If she gets stuck behind, that's what happens.
9-3.
Defensive post and beautiful little touch there. 9-3 to Siva Subramanian for Cornell, #1 seed in this national championships. Oh, ghosted in gorgeously. Look at the timing on this. She's just taken all the weight out of that, all the air out of it, sucked it dry. And Megan Best really understanding that there was no way forwards in that match, in that game at that point, and walking off to reevaluate her plan. Meanwhile, Siva Subramanian really beginning to look all the world like the champion that she is, and if she continues like this, I have really high expectations of her completing her double, which would be something that not many people have done in the history of this sport in college squash. Of course, the lady that the championships is named after, Gail Ramsey, one of those very, very few people, I think only two now, maybe actually the only one, I need to check that, that won the national championships all 4 years of her college career when she was at Penn State. But 2 is fantastic, and 3 is also very rare. Who have we got going for you here? Obviously we got Siva and Megan, and we've got a lower order match going on there between Nicholas Serna and Tushar Shahani. And otherwise everything for this morning pretty much complete. You see on the right hand side the upcoming exciting matches. Ali Hussein against Mohammad Sharaf, that's going to be an absolute corker. And Chan Sin-yuk, incredibly mobile athlete. That's going to be interesting with Marina Stefanoni, who's also an extraordinary mover. But here we go, 2-love to the Cornell #1, Siva Subramanian, against the UVA Cavalier, Megan Best.
Yes,
Let played. Siva a little bit standing on that, unusually. Good early volley. Like to see those intercept volleys. Good length. Megan dig, and now Megan making Siva dig there. Oh, she can't afford that. She played that ball to try and win a point instead of trying to work her opponent. And so over-pressurized herself and made the error. When people try and play to win the point, they tend to not use their legs because they're looking for that to be the last point of the rally. It's a stroke. And then, unfortunately, physiologically, you have to use your legs when you hit a squash ball because of the kinetic chain of weight transference from your toes all the way through your body. If you're static, you just lose your balance, and you also put pressure on your arm. Your arm's supposed to be for fine control, not for generating the main force. That's a good comeback here from Megan Best, though. She's punched a couple in there and said, you know, I ain't done. Take some of that. And Siva's going to make sure she hits her lengths and her widths, because if Megan has an opportunity to hit, she will viciously do so. A little half-lengthish, but enough power to confound Siva's control. Oh, that's a beautiful little shot. Great pickup, trouble, good movement there. My goodness, that was delicate movement by that wasp-like #1 from Cornell. She flew to that ball. She's converted a negative situation into a very positive one. 2-all. Lovely floated serve on the sidewall. And that little 2-wall, I mean, that is work. You can see the pain and the effort in Megan's body there, and unable to hold her balance and both control the ball and her balance. Good length, but nice use of the lift there by Siva. She's really thinking that through. She don't want to get into a toe-to-toe punch-up with Megan Best. Just not the right person to be doing that with. Little 2-wall, and again, lot of work being put into Megan's body. Very little she can do. She's already used up what resources she has, just getting that first ball back. 4-2. That's a very good length and beautifully weighted. Watch this second bounce. 1, 2, dead, buried. Put a gravestone on it. Here we go. 3-4. Loose ball. Perfect place for Megan Best, but she's returned it loose. great width. She's taken away the middle line from Megan Best. And Megan laughing because she knew that that was her job, and Seaver's done her job. 5-3. So tight, so tight. Seaver maybe a little upright there, and maybe see her shaking her glasses, just perceiving what the ball was doing there. 4-5. Megan Best hasn't got away yet. Great half volley. It's not just power, it's timing. It's quality timing that she uses. Oh, I don't know if that's going back. No, it's not. Little head shake. And she's pointing to her head, Megan Best, saying, I've got to cut those off and keep them to a length. I can't be hitting the back wall post. 6-4. Seaver Subramanian. Oh, you can't be hitting the back wall post against Seaver. You've managed to survive. Good effort. Wouldn't be surprised if there's a 2-wall coming in very shortly. Megan's thinking that. Slightly out of position because of it. 7-4. Good serve on the sidewall, but well volleyed by Megan Best. She chops that one in there.
Not up, stop.
And ball called down. Seaver appealing that.
Hand out. 5,
But
7.
referee not convinced. 5-7. Not done and dusted yet. Seaver's going to have to really diligently do her work. Oh, gorgeous. So slightly off the sidewall, and she's just used that angle perfectly. Bisected it, chopped that in there with a lovely little fade into the sidewall. Of course, as soon as it touches the sidewall, that takes pace off it as well. So there's nothing left for Megan to hit. Loose. Ooh.
Yes, what?
Let given. I'm kind of surprised there. Just, you know, for safety, it might have been a stroke, but there you go. 8-5. But again, as I constantly try and remind everybody, these referees are professional referees. They're constantly in training. That's a beautiful 2-all, and what a great width. And the referees know what the current application of the rules should be, whereas I'm just an observer, you know, giving my best view, but I'm not trained these days. I used to be a professional referee a long time ago, but that is not what I do these days, and none of the coaches are professional referees. They don't know, although they may have opinions, and certainly none of the players are professional referees. So we need to respect and trust our professional referees who are here to do a job to create a fair outcome. 7-9, beautiful shot there by Megan. Again, that's where she lives. She lives, and she lives a good life on that halfway line. It's close to a stroke. Little 2-wall, hard work getting up there. It's very difficult for her to defend after she's made to go up there, but she's done it. She's done a great job getting that ball straight back down the wall, and that's so tight. That's a little loose, and Megan going for the attack. Oh, now that's a you should collect that, folks. That's a rare item. Seaver not counter-dropping accurately. 8-9. Megan still hanging on in this match. The UVA Cavalier not lacking in courage. I've seen her play for quite a few years now. She's always had that tenacity and courage to play. Beautiful hold. Again, this is the wrist of Seaver Subramanian, suggesting the straight drop and then turning it into the cross court. Match ball, 10-8 for a place in the final of the National Championships. Good width and length there. Great wristy cross court there. A little 2-wall off a very difficult ball there. Oh, Megan's got a chance here. A great pickup from Seaver. Or a little deception from Megan. Maybe it would have been better for the regular cross court. She's in trouble now. That's a loose ball. Oh, that's a loose ball from Seaver. Let her back in. Oh, there's a little 2-all. And Megan playing. Oh, beautiful little shot there, Megan. Bit lucky to catch the sidewall here. She didn't mean to do that, but she did clear, and so there's no chance of a stroke. So she's still in there and fighting, 9-10. Can she force it into a fourth game? The defensive boast from Siva, and she can get to 10-all. So Siva not volleying that return of serve, which is a strategic nightmare really at that point in the match. Just a loss of concentration for a split second. Forced into playing a defensive return of serve, never a good idea. 10-all. It's good width and length though by Siva. It's a full-blown swing, very tight, well picked out by Megan. It's a little loose. Oh, and she, yeah, you can see she didn't get her foot down before she made contact with the ball, so that means she's falling as she hits it, can't control it. So another match ball for Subramaniam. Still very tight in this game. Good competition from the UVA woman. A little hold, good change of direction. Oh, that's very tight. Good pick up though by Megan. And again, good hands. Megan having to scurry to go to the back of the court, and that's it. Very, very valiant effort by Megan Best from UVA, the number 4 seed, to try and hang on and turn it into a 4-setter. But too much this time for Siva Subramanian. Let's hear what Bill Buckingham has to say.
Ladies and gentlemen, a big round of applause for the University of Virginia's Megan Best. And advancing to the finals here in Philadelphia, Siva Subramanian. Congratulations, Siva. 3 games. You must be thrilled. You played a very, very sharp match against a very physical player, and you're on to the finals here in Philadelphia.
Megan's a good player. She's been playing really well recently, so I'm just happy to be through in 3. There were like some tight rallies, but just glad to get the 3rd game. I mean, I started off pretty slow, and she was on top of me, but I think I find my game as the match went on, and I'm just glad to be through the finals.
Defending champion, you've been here before. Any extra pressure do you feel defending your title?
Yeah, there's of course a lot of pressure, but I don't want to think about winning or losing. I just want to try to play my best, and I think the best player will win.
Next round, we face either Marina Stefanoni or Simi Chan from Colombia. Look forward to that, either one of those opponents for us.
Yeah, they both are really good players. They both are in the PSA circuit together with me. Definitely, it's going to be a tough match tomorrow, either any of them. But I just want to focus on my game and try to defend my title.
Congratulations, on to the finals here in Philadelphia. Ladies and gentlemen from Cornell University, a big round of applause. Before we start our first men's match, please welcome back to the court
So we're just seeing a few replays here from that great performance from Siva Subramanian. And in the end, her all-court ability, her mobility, her wonderful deception, too much for Megan Best. Despite Megan's awesome power across the center line, unable to move well enough to defend against these tremendous 2 walls and deceptive shots of Siva, and of course Siva using that height as well to prevent Megan getting in on the intercept volley, which is so much a stock in trade for her. Alright, so coming up shortly we will have the first of our men's semi-finals, and that will be featuring Ali Hussein from UVA, number 1 seed, and Mohammed Sharaf, the inspirational player from Trinity, number 4 seed. I've commentated on him on Mohammed a couple of times recently, and at times his gymnastic ability to hit attractive, shocking shots is extraordinary, but unfortunately he has to balance that against his error rate, which is sometimes very, very high. But if he's on, he's extremely difficult to play against, and he's terrifying. Last week and at the National Team Championships, the Trinity crowd got behind him, and he just played some beautiful, beautiful squash in a number of matches. And the crowd was like a soccer crowd, and the call of "Let's go Mo, let's go Mo" really warmed the entire building and made us realize just how much the game can be loved and how popular its players can be. But Ali Hussein, just as much support from UVA. So, and Ali Hussein, an extraordinary athlete. I've dubbed him the Egyptian Panther because he has this incredible ability to track down balls and play accurately under tremendous pressure. And that just wears people down after a while. They wonder what it is that they have to do to, complete a rally against this man. So that's coming up, and I think you should hang tight because it will be very, very exciting. That's 15 minutes from now at 2:30 East Coast time in the United States. Not sure where you are, but hopefully it's not too late. Either get a beer or a cup of cocoa or tea or whatever your beverage of choice is, and come join us.
tournament, and it's great to have them with us today. I'm going to introduce them one at a time. So first, a senior from the University of Virginia, Omar El Torki. Next, he's gotten an extra year thanks to COVID and an injury. He's done a great job. Also from across the street, Drexel University, Diaz Kutzik. And our third finalist, a senior from Harvard University, well accomplished in both the team and the individual competition. He's with us today from Harvard University, Marwan Tart. Let's have one last round of applause for our 3 Skillman Award finalists. Again, we'll be announcing the recipient in a couple weeks on our virtual award show, the Senior Serve. We hope you tune in. You'll find out more information about that soon. Thanks again, guys. Congratulations on a great career. Award we'd like to present today before we start with our first men's semifinal. Each year we, just like we did earlier, Hobart College won the Barnaby Award, which is given to the men's team that has improved the most year over year from last year to this year. Now we're going to award the women's Most Improved Team Award, and I'm pleased to present that award this year to Coach Chris Fernandez and the Chatham University women. Let's have a round of applause. Special thank you. I'm shaking the hand right now of Chatham University President David Feingold, who's joined us today. He's joining us this weekend. David played a huge role in getting the Chatham University varsity teams started. He's actually finishing his tenure as University President of Chatham this summer. So can we have a round of applause? David is a huge advocate for squash, and we'll leave that with the atmosphere.
Just while they're taking this photograph, quick shout out to Chris Fernandez there on the right hand side, a person of whom I am justifiably proud. We started the program in New York more than 20 years ago called City Squash, one of the SEA's first programs, one of the first 3 or 4. And Chris is a graduate of that program. Grateful, of course, to Sandy Schwartz, whose children I was privileged to coach. Josh Schwartz became the Yale #2, Megan Schwartz captain at Cornell. And one day Sandy came to me and said, I'd like to do something in return for all the great opportunity that squash has afforded my children. What can we do? And we said, well, we've always wanted to start a Squash Busters type of program. And he said, find a middle school, which we did in the Bronx, and a head teacher who was willing to go with us. And then from there, Sandy put all the funding behind it and developed a board. And one of those students was Chris Fernandez, and he's come through along with quite a few others, I must say, but he's now a leading figure in coaching here in the United States. Anyway, I'm sorry to keep talking. I'll let Bill Buckingham do his intros.
His opponent is representing the University of Virginia. He is the #1 seed here in Philadelphia. A warm welcome for Ali Hussein.
He is coached by Paul Asiante. Mohammed reached the semifinals here in Philadelphia after a first-round win over Rochester's Yash Fateh, 11-9, 9-11, 11-7, 11-8. And then last night, here in the quarterfinals, he stopped Princeton's Kareem Albuquerque, 11-7, 11-6, 11-6. Mohammed and Ali have never played each other here on the Collegiate Squash Association. Mohammed's opponent is from the University of Virginia. He is our #1 seed. A foreign affairs major, the 22-year-old senior is from Cairo, Egypt. In 2020, he became the first UVA player to be named first-team All-American and repeated that feat in 2022. Ali reached the semifinals here in Philadelphia by defeating, in the first round, Harvard's Ido Bernstein, 11-1, 11-8, 11-4. And then last night, in 5 games, he stopped the 9th seed, Nicholas Pizzeri of UPenn, 11-9, 9-11, 11-4, 11-13, 11-5.
Half time.
So the players have just changed sides, and I'm sure that you picked up on what Bill Buckingham from US Squash was saying there. But for my 2 cents, player on the right, Ali Hussein from UVA. I've dubbed the Panther of Egypt. His cat-like qualities and lightning reflexes and his apparent ability to live through what would kill other people gives him that 9 lives property. On the left, Mo Sharaf from Trinity, and you know, I'm thinking on this. You know, I would call him the master of fireworks, because you just don't know what unbelievable explosion of beauty or disaster is going to come from him, and his ability to shock like a firework, quite remarkable. Funnily enough, some of his best squash is like some of the great fireworks, quiet and beautiful. But when he wants to explode, by Jiminy Cricket, he can explode. You can see on the far right, exchanging hugs there at the moment, is the great Paul Asiante, his coach from Trinity, and of course he's absolutely delighted to find his #4 seed having come through, justifying his seeding, and with a chance of getting into the final of this Pool Cup US CSA National Championships. Okay, so the players getting ready now, and Mohammed Sharaf is going to be serving. And what should you look for in this match? Well, you should look for Sharaf's error rate, first of all, and the frustration when playing Ali Hussein is, what do you do to stop him from getting the ball back? This court, as opposed to the ones that we were playing on at Trinity last week, and particularly the regular traditional white courts at Trinity, is much, much slower here. And so Mohammed Sharaf's extraordinary firework shot-making capacity may well get rewards that they wouldn't have got against Ali Hussein last weekend, because the side walls are sticky, the nicks are sticky, the back walls are a little bit sort of dead, and even the 2 wall to the front is a little, well, bit dead. But nevertheless, this amazing athlete, Ali Hussein, the Panther of Egypt, has the ability to stay alive when other people are long dead, and he has his own gifted stroke work and suddenness, precision, reaction speed. So I think you're in for a treat here. It'll largely depend on Mohamed Sharaf's error rate. If he's not making errors, then boy, look out, because fireworks will fly. Here we go then, 0-0. Beautiful movement off the ball by Sharaf. And that ball's easily up. It's no good appealing about that, because it was clearly up. Trouble. Great intercept there, but fantastic movement. Oh, there we go. There's the first tin. But that's the only concern for Mohamed Sharaf and his coach Paul Asiante, is that the error rate is just unfortunately way too high as compared with the success rate. One love, Ali Hussein. Ali Hussein yesterday came through an absolute marathon against the brilliant play of Nick Spizzeri, who really held his feet to the flames and did everything he could to upset the #1 seed with beautifully constructed play, really thoughtful play. But Spizzeri in the end just not enough energy, not enough gas in the tank to quite come through, and Hussein able to complete the 5th game 11-5, although not without a few concerns in that match. It's a very good rally. This is a typical sort of first couple of rallies. Oh, there's some fireworks there. Just he missed it, but you can see it, like the gymnastic leaps in the air, accompanied by incredible shot making. Work, yeah, very good. But again, you know, a lot of people wouldn't got near that ball, but Ali Hussein got there. But there's good quality from Mo Sharaf right into that back corner. And you can see what I mean by these back corners are a little bit stickier than other courts, and so they will reward accuracy. 1-1. Mo Sharaf himself in the quarterfinals yesterday, coming through, winning a 3-love contest against Kareem Al-Barbary. Relative plain sailing, wasn't really tested. I'm sure the rallies were good, but he stole away to sort of 11-5s and 11-6s. So Mo Sharaf 2-1 up. At the moment, consistency, and only 1 tin so far. Lovely little deft late wrist. Oh wow. So he's put the work into Hussein's body with the first boast, and then getting a loose ball, put more work into him with that lovely attack to the front of the court. 3-1. So the firecracker is bringing all of his gunpowder at this moment. Ooh. But unfortunately, some of the explosions have a tinny sound. Good attempt at that cross court. Didn't quite find the neck. Sharaf, incredibly popular. Oh, beautiful shot. There's another real cracker across there. Just nothing anybody can do with that. But the Trinity player, so popular with the home crowd last week, and you know, calls of "Let's go Mo, let's go Mo," reverberating around the building, and you can see he was emotionally very moved at the end of the match, and really appreciated the support and the genuine affection in which he's held. Oh, it's a beautiful shot. Oh my God, sparks will fly, and they do with Mo Sharaf. 5-2. So Ali Hussein really being subjected to all those rainbow fireworks that Sharaf has got at his disposal. Oh, that's not bad firework himself. Look at him set up and use this angle, and he cuts that in, working the racket face underneath that ball, deftly getting that little slice in there. So 3-5. Ooh. Very tight. Went in early, but unfortunately to a half length. Again, tightness, and it's very difficult on this glass court. You know, if somebody plays a really tight ball, it's not the same as sliding your racket along a panel or even an ASB court. It's very sticky, the sidewall, and if you slightly catch your racket face wrong, it won't go through and you'll miss hit. It's a great width and length, forcing a defensive boast. But he's back into it and able to rebuild himself. That's the great thing about, that's another tin spark. The great thing about Ali Hussein is ability to, even under tremendous duress, having been down for multiple waves of pressure, he can reset himself and win rallies that otherwise most people would have long lost. So Mo Sharaf still 6-4 up, still in charge here. Good width and length there. Nice little two-wall there from Ali Hussein. Oh, what a great little width. He's picked it up. And again, another explosion across the court with this incredible forearm whip that Mo Sharaf has at his disposal. Really started this match well. And Ali Hussein definitely being made to pay for any kind of loose ball. And really a little bit of a loss as to what to do with this amazing all dancing, all smoking fireworks man. Yeah, I think that's what we should call him, is the firecracker. Whether he's making a mistake or hitting a winner, it is a colourful explosion. Beautiful, different look at that ball. It just took all the pace off it. His racket skills are inspirational, ingenious and original. But look at that work from Ali Hussein, just diligently, working his way through an outrageous series. Oh, another outrageous shot from Mohammad Sharaf. Oh my goodness me. What will come next? Hussein doing so well in the previous rally to just live through the danger. And again, fantastic fireworks from Mohammad Sharaf. Very Rami Ashur-esque, leaning on the wall whilst pushing off and playing the shot. Rami would be very pleased with that shot, I'm sure. Oh, trying for a little bit too much, but with a game ball, who can blame him? This has been a wonderful start by Mohammad Sharaf. Oh my goodness, there it is. The firecracker explodes into the front left corner. There's nothing that can be done. Well, Ali Hussein, difficulty in front of you, because if this man continues with this degree of skill and exciting variety, Nobody in college squash can cope with that. Tremendous start. Congratulations to Mosharaf on that very wonderful first game. And you can see the UVA coaches working hard to try and persuade Ali Hussein that he's okay and he can come back into this. But it is daunting. You wonder what you have to do. The boot is on the other foot because normally it's people wondering what they have to do in order to win a point against Ali Hussein. And Ali Hussein now wondering how to stop the firecracker that is exploding all around him in the form of Mohammad Sharaf. Okay, here we go. Second game. Ali Hussein obviously needing to maintain pressure to the back of the court and quality to prevent this incredible exploding man from Trinity from sending his incendiaries all over the place. And, you know, a little pressure can make a lot of difference in this match, and where Mosharaf has been able to successfully attack, a little extra pressure, you'll see more tins or strokes or this kind of stuff, because he's just going to be tempted into trying for too much when he's fully extended. But you know, so far Ali Hussein hasn't been able to extend him because he himself has been extended by the extraordinary approach play and attacking play of Mosharaf. That's not going to be a let, I don't think, because look at the quality, and you know, he's just late, Ali Hussein. So 1-2. Good width. Ali Hussein not really looking for volleys enough, I don't think. And if he's going to be giving up the half court, well, I was going to say he will need help from Mohammad Sharaf, who, in a very timely fashion, sends an explosion into the tin. Oh, he got that. I do think he got that. It's very close. It was a wonderful shot from Mohammad Sharaf, but this is what Hussein does. He sometimes, you know, gets so low down to the ball and picks balls up that otherwise would roll. Good movement. That's a half length. There's nothing. That particular shot was nothing. That, on the other hand, is just so fast across the court and chop it in. Oh my goodness me. I mean, that is just a genius in full flow. Wonderful vision we had there on the sidewall camera of the execution of that backhand kill volley. Ooh. Yes, let give him. 2-4. Good serve onto the side wall and not volleyed by Hussein, which is really risky. I'm sorry to you know, exhale with such disappointment, but when you are in the presence of a magical being like Mosharaf, it is so disappointing when the magic fails and he makes the unforced error. But I guess you can't have the good without the bad, and some of what he does is just so good, it's shockingly good, that occasionally it's going to be bad. That's not. I can't believe he called that. That ball was down here. Coach Paul Asiante not happy because that was clearly down, and Ali Hussein continued. And sometimes I think he's so urgently desirous of getting the ball back that he honestly doesn't know himself for sure whether he's picked it up or not. Good length. Good half length. That's a very good length. That's tight, tight, tight. Okay. Good width and depth. And again, look at that, catching that back sidewall nick. And again, not quite wide enough on that one, and a volley taken this time by Ali Hussein very wisely. And that's short and half length. So this is a better rally for Ali Hussein. He's at least keeping Mosharraf honest for a longer period, but Mosharraf rallying well. And I did see him last weekend play some wonderful rallies where he was much more reserved and less explosive. In fact, at one point he seemed completely turned off and disinterested and played some of the best squash I've ever seen him play. Just very, very calmly and slowly the whole time. Brilliant pickup, and he's got him moving all over the place. But again, the Panther stays in, using up 1 or 2 of his 9 lives. Not sure of the decision there. What was the decision there? It was a let ball. Apologies that we don't have a feed to me. You can hear the lets and strokes, but I cannot. So 3-5. Still everything to do for both players. So quick. Both he and Veer Chatrani are so quick to get onto volleys. Oh, that's very nice and early from Ali Hussein, and he marches back with a little emphasis and determination. I'm going to take charge, he says. Let's see if he does. 6-3. Ball out, but again, see, it's not just these explosions that Mosharraf throws. It's his approach play from time to time. When he just puts his concentration into it, he has this amazing ability to snap the ball to a very good width and length, which leaves very little for Ali Hussein to swing at. And so he's left poking the ball back, often loose. So, you know, it's really good technical and tactical play. The approach play of Mosharraf. Often it's the approach play that gives him the opportunity for his firecrackers. Well, that's very tight indeed. That was almost inside the wall. Look at that. So 7-4. Ali Hussein gradually edging towards getting a game out of Mosharraf. Again, so early but not accurate enough, but very good, very fast, and more firecrackers. But oh my goodness, Ali Hussein must be so annoyed with himself. Instead of resetting the rally, which he should have done there and made Mosharraf pay physically, he's gone for the candy, the cheap candy of trying to get a quick point because the ball was loose. And he really needs to put the work in Mosharraf's body. He doesn't want to be trading, you know, fancy shot for fancy shot. He isn't the same player as Sharaf. That's not his game. Unfortunately for him, Sharaf has awarded him a point anyway with another 10. Good width and length. Ooh, that's a view exposed at this point. Good width. Oh, look at that. Perfect width. And, you know, he's apologizing, but frankly, the more you practice hitting those cross-court targets, the more of those nicks you're going to get. It's the old saying, the harder you work, the luckier you get. 6-8. In the back of Ali Hussein's mind, he must be thinking, God, I don't want to go to 5 again. Not like yesterday with Spaziri. And that's just wonderful control from Mosharraf. Look at the touch there. It's all, you know, a little bit of left, a little bit of the thumb and the fingers, all feathering that ball. delicately. 7-8. So somewhere Ali Hussein has got to put some debilitating work into Sharaf's body, and looks like let was called there. You know, yesterday Ali Hussein got very involved with the referee and gave up a lot of points because he was getting so involved with the referee instead of just getting through to the ball. I hope he doesn't get into that again today. Interesting moment in the match, because if Sharaf takes this game, he will be so encouraged. I don't know if it'll be possible to stop him. But as I was saying, Hussein needs to put a 150-shot rally into Sharaf's body if he's going to debilitate him and stop these firecrackers from appearing out of, you know, all kinds of situations. Just so explosive. Boom, bang, see ya. And remember, we're talking about the Panther of Egypt here, Ali Hussein, whose mobility is extraordinary. So to be able to hit a shot with that severity and him not, oh my word, look at this. Good night, nurse. Just absolutely gorgeous, and it's a game ball to this man, the firecracker. Mohamed Sharaf, Trinity's inspirational #1. Oh my good lord. Take that home and bottle it and sell it for millions. That was extraordinary, and you see Coach Paul Asiante coming across to congratulate his player. That was a tremendous turnaround. I feel sorry for Ali Hussein to a certain extent, because he's doing his best to try and rally, which is actually what most people do in squash. And Mohamed Sharaf is saying, no, I'm not going to rally with you. I'm going to just hit firecrackers all night long. All right, so what's going on here? We've got an epic match there with Nicholas Cerna and Tushar Shahani. It's match ball now to Shahani. Cerna trying to hang on. What else have we got? Everything else has gone by, and we're just waiting for these last 3 matches. The one we're watching with this extraordinary exploding Trinity player who's just sending bombs left, right and centre, and as I said to you before, it's based on superb approach play. And then we're going to have an interesting match, Simi Chan against Marina Stefanoni, and Simi Chan won when they played in PSA before, so she's the lower seed. Stefanoni obviously knows she's got a real match on. And then finally we've got this really interesting other men's semi-final between 2 players that have upset higher seeds in a real giant killing spree yesterday. George Crown from Harvard and Veer Chatrani. So, Ali Hussein, what are you going to do to prevent this incredible man from Trinity from throwing these incendiaries your way, left, right and centre? Not throwing them, delivering them at speed. Great read. Oh my goodness. Oh my God, what am I supposed to do, he says. God. I mean, I'm sure he's played this well before, but I do have to feel that what he went through last weekend with the team and the love that was shown to him by, you know, his entire team and the Trinity crowd has to have inspired him, because he's come out here and he's just shooting lights out. And you're not supposed to be able to do that in the international game of softball. You know, a few people had this ability with hardball, yeah, but it's a different game. Certainly it's a different game the way he's playing it today. Oh my God. poor old Ali Hussein is being bullied. He's the #1 seed and he's being bullied. Tight. That was a little bit of a gamble, that little 2-wall there from Sharaf. Oh my God, he's gone up there again. Oh, that's going to stroke. Yeah. Has to be because he's stayed there, watched his ball and blocked the entrance into that shot. So, 1-2, Ali Hussein. I mean, all you can do when somebody's having a purple patch is really dig in and try and live through it. And with luck, if you live through it, that purple patch will turn into a disaster patch. Beautiful width. Now, that's a little bit of a worrying sign, though. Mo Sharaf beginning to look as though, you know, he's not wanting to play the rally. Worrying for Trinity, but, you know, something that Ali Hussein and UVA will seize on very, very quickly if Mo Sharaf starts getting involved in, you know, blocking and refereeing decisions because he's getting tired. And one thing you know Ali Hussein is not going to do, he's not going to get tired. In fact, he might be energized by Mo Sharaf looking for decisions and making mistakes. So this is a crucial moment in this match. Although I did say to you earlier that I watched Sharaf go through a period of, oh my good Lord, that's not fair. Look at him, he's 3 feet off the ground. That is just not right. What amazing play. But I did see him go through this period of very relaxed, understated play, where he played some of the best squash I've seen him play. Just complete in control and strolling around the court as if it didn't matter. Oh my good Lord. Give me the patent, please. I need the money. Wow. 4-2. What about firecracker? It's like an earthquake at the moment. He's like a redstone golem from Minecraft. Fire and magma shooting from every pore in his body. Oh, that's a good burst. That's a good burst. Needed to be. Anything volleyable seems to be finding that very, very narrow space between the floor and the sidewall known as the nick. Nick cracker. 3-4. Despite those fireworks, Ali Hussein needing to just keep his focus and keep working, trying to find a way to de-energize the incredible gunpowder, the nitroglycerine that must be running in this man's veins to produce those sort of explosions. 3-4. Oh, I'm not sure about this. Let's have a look. I think that caught the sidewall nick, but I don't think it caught the tin. I think it was, I'm not sure if it was an actual appeal from Ali Hussein as much as a prayer. 5-3. Next 2-3 rallies, really important that there's no tins from Mohammad Sharaf. Such a good ball to the back of the court, and you know, as I said, on other courts that ball might have bounced and been retrievable, but because this court does take shots so well and, you know, is more dead, that precisely hit balls are much more difficult to retrieve. Good ball to the back of the court. He's gone for the cracker again, but there's a lovely float. He's straight in on it. Oh, yes, and he says, no, no, no. Let's not go back to our Tintin ways. Well, that's half length. Well, I don't know if he'll get anything out of that. Yeah. No, insufficient effort, loose ball. You know, momentary lapse of concentration here, and it may be enough to let Ali in. Oh. Yeah, even the cat can't get that one back. This is just wonderful squash here from Mohamed Sharaf. You know, never mind the star quality. It's the fundamentals that are being done so well. Paul Buckingham coming in to help with the wiping after the Egyptian Panther dove. He's coming to get something from his kit bag, I'm not sure where it is. So it's always interesting when you get this little lull in play when there's been, you know, a certain pattern and flow to the game, and then there's this sudden vacuum, energy's gone out of it, and I don't know what Ali Hussein's doing there. He shouldn't really be resting. Or what's he doing? Or maybe he's hurt himself. Yeah, trainer's been called. And yeah, I think he maybe just cut himself. So we've got a little blood delay as well. So the rules of blood delay, as long as the blood flow is staunched and completely prevented, you can come back on the court. If you come back on the court and the same injury starts bleeding again, in the rules of PSA squash or international squash, you would lose that match. But I'm just trying to recall, I believe in CSA we've had a little change to that rule, and while they're busy, I'm just going to see if I can find the exact wording for you. Yes, for College Squash Association matches, if active bleeding is visible a second time after the match has resumed, play must stop again and the player must leave the court. Now, the rules of squash are, you know, the international game. If an injury occurs which involves bleeding, the bleeding must be stopped before the player can continue. A player is allowed a reasonable time to attend to a bleeding wound. If the bleeding was caused solely by the opponent's action, the injured player wins the match. Let's just see what else we've got. Looks like Ali Hussein has had the bleeding staunched. If the same blood injury occurs, no further recovery time is permitted, and the injured player must concede the game and take the next interval if available for further recovery. So, in other words, you would give up the game, and if it was the last game, you'd have to give up the match if there was a second bleeding incident from the same injury. Anyway, 7-5 to Mohamed Sharaf. Really almost on the cusp of a famous victory against the #1 seed. Ali Hussein really needing to find a way of limiting the firecrackers that Mohamed Sharaf has been throwing from every part of the court. That one resulting in the tin, and so a little bit of oxygen for Ali Hussein, although he hasn't got much oxygen to breathe in this particular match, I've got to say. And there was a hesitation there from Hussein. Didn't take the ball dramatically early as he often does. But again, there's that very tight ball, loose. Well, great drop shot, but it's going to be, what's the decision? Let ball. This is very, very, razor blade stuff here for these two players. One decision could change the outcome of the whole match. And so that's why you've got to get through and hit that ball if you possibly can. It was close to being out, but it was in. Great pick up there from Hussein. Great cross-court width and length. Great wrist to straight that ball. I mean, I keep saying great, but it is. It's all very, very good. Oh, that looked like it hit the neck. And Hussein's still in it. Oh, that's going to be a stroke. There was a ball picked up there by Hussein that I was sure was dead and rolling. But it was not. 7-all. Oh, this is crucial. Who is going to take the initiative here? Will it be firecracker, or will it be pressure that results in a tin or a mistake? Because those are really your choices here. So quick onto that ball. Unbelievable. Oh, and it's a tin. It's a tin. And that one rally may be a clue as to the outcome of the match. I don't want to write off Mo Sharaf yet, but I think he needs to get it done 3-love if he's going to get it done. And Ali Hussein, on the other hand, he will be relentless if he manages to win this game. And you'll see a visible increase in his confidence. At the moment, he's still uncertain because he doesn't know what on earth he has to do to keep the ball away from this man. Good approach play. Ooh, very lucky little, well, I say lucky, but again, it was a good width. It bounced awkwardly, and Mo Sharaf very late on his racket prep, assuming that he'd have time, and not. Oh. Here we go. Ali Hussein maybe on the cusp of a big turnaround here, because the genius level that Mo Sharaf has provided in this match so far, I cannot believe that anybody could continue at that quality. It's not as if it's against a journeyman player. This is a PSA level #1 seed in the CSA National Championships, and he's just been ripping it. You see Hussein's diligent hard work. It's a great snap by him as well. Oh my word, it's a slotter. Take that to Las Vegas. In the slot machine. Beautiful. 8-10 though. He's up against it, Mo Sharaf. And I'm sure his body does not want to go into a 4th or worse still a 5th game. We'll see what he can conjure here. all glitchy. Have to watch out for that. Sometimes we have a couple of problems with the camera, and it sort of made the ball look as though it had a mind of its own. It's tight very early. Very good work down this side wall. Oh my word! Ali Hussein was what he's got to do. It's perfect width, but it wasn't the right height to stop the tool. Mosharraf coming in there. You see a little topspin on that ball as well that just helped it lift above the tin. And you know, some of the marks of genius of Sharaf are just, you know, individual inspiration that, you know, they are teachable, but really it takes years to develop the control that he's showing. So this is a very important point. Ball very tight there. Nice ball. Good redirect there. Ali Hussein doing diligent work. That's a good width and length. Ball very tight. Hussein in on it early. Oh, loose ball. Trouble. Flicked out. Still loose. He has to go and get that. He knows he has to go and get it. And he's gone in. Oh my word. Control the rally switch 2 or 3 times already. This is what great squash is about. Surviving the peaks, getting through the troughs, and still being alive after 4 or 5, 6 or 7, or even 8 or 10 crescendos. Oh my word, what a great delivery here. Look at that deceptive move. Looks like he's going across the court, and in fact he hits it straight. 10 all. A couple of camera glitches there. I'm not sure what's happening with our system. I think really the problem is that Mohammad Sharaf is throwing firecrackers, and it's even affecting our production system. One can only deal with so much heat. 10 all. Crucial point here. To a certain extent, Ali Hussein just a bystander in this. He's unable to staunch the flow of this volcano that's spewing all kinds of magma all over the place. Too hot to handle, you've got to be kidding me. So it's a match ball for Trinity's Mosharraf. Very popular, number 1. And I know if you're from Trinity and you're watching, but you know, you're right to support your boy. He's a great player. For all my criticism about his tins, he's really come good here today. It's a bit loose, that's tight. Tight also, chop that in. It's a very good width and length there, but great tool. Oh my God, he's done it! He has done it! What an amazing display of firecracker all-court squash from an extraordinary young man, Mohammad Sharaf, taking out the number 1 seed, 3 games to love, and of course his team is there to support. I'll let Bill Buckingham speak, but oh my God, I am just in awe of the mastery and the fireworks provided by this young man.
From Trinity College, Mohammad Sharaf. Mohammad, just a fantastic highlight-filled performance. 3-love win, downing the number 1 seed. You're on to the final here in Philadelphia.
Coming on court today, I was playing the number 1 seed, so I knew that he had all the pressure. I just got on court, played my own game. Actually, didn't expect all my shots to work out today, but I've been working on that all summer, and I'm happy that it paid off. So I just want to say something that gave me the last push that I saw all my teammates outside. So So that gave me one push to keep on going, that I know that they got my back no matter what. So I just want to thank you guys so much.
That leads to my next question. A great season at Trinity. You made it to the finals as the number 4 seed, upsetting the University of Pennsylvania. What's the transition like now, playing in an individual tournament and advancing to the final?
Yeah, I'm just here to have fun, enjoy my time, and I'm just grateful to be here. And yeah, that's it. I'm just enjoying my time right now.
Congratulations. We're looking forward to seeing you here tomorrow afternoon. Ladies and gentlemen, from Trinity College, Mohammed Sharaf.
Well, as I said, you know, I was just in awe of the fireworks, but I think I should make sure that I emphasize that the fireworks are only possible if the fundamentals are of an extremely high level. And Mohammed Sharaf, this incredibly popular, very pleasant young man, so far as I can ascertain, has really done such good work on his approach play, building his rallies so that he gets loose ball. Because Ali Hussein doesn't just give up free loose ball without any thought. He's been forced into that by that excellent approach play. So it's I don't want to just give the impression that it's just, you know, inspirational, unthinking genius. The genius is there without a doubt, but it is built on a really solid quality foundation. Many, many congratulations to him and his coach Paul Asciante and the whole team. Just beautiful to watch. Alright, so next up we've got this very interesting match. I think it's going to be a really tough battle between Chan Sin-yuk, or Semi-Chan from Colombia, and Marina Stefanoni, the Harvard number 1 and number 2 seed. Otherwise, you can just look through the results now. We're really down to the last few matches here, and what an exciting championship it is turning out to be. The match last night between Veer Chatrani and number 2 seed Marwan Tarek, the reigning champion. The last 3 rallies were death-defying. You know, both players playing at the very limit of their capacity, and Chatrani, also another merchant of terror, but also of mistakes, suddenly became, for 2 rallies, unplayable, and Tarek just didn't know what to do, not because of the incredible spice that the Indian player was able to throw into the game, but because of the quality of the width and length. It just didn't give him any opportunity. And then George Crown, this incredible sort of solid Canadian, coming through and upsetting the seeded player that he played, who was, as I consult my notes here, of course, Matthias Knudsen from Drexel, and that was a wonderful win, because Knudsen is an inspirational player also, with all kinds of weapons, particularly his fakes and his deception and variation in pace. And George Crown, you know, just a beautiful player of the lines, and just obviously shut down Knudsen and didn't give him an opportunity to use his talent. So that's an interesting match that's going to come up very shortly. Wow, that was just beautiful to watch, and I couldn't be happier for a player, having seen him after the matches last weekend, in tears, you know, tears of happiness, and hearing the Trinity crowd just absolutely adoring of their Mo, as he played wonderful games last week. And I'm very happy for Paul Ascenti as well, who, you know, I've often said, in my experience in this sport, which goes back to 1971, maybe the person who is more able to help an individual, how can I put this, capitalize on what they have within them perhaps even what they don't realize they have within them. Paul Asiente has this ability to bring it out of them on the big occasion. He did it for the United States, he's done it for many years for Trinity, and today I'm sure he's done it with this wonderful young man, Mo Sheriff. Alright, a little rest now and then get ready for Simi Chan against Marina Stefanoni.
Afternoon, everyone. It's great to see you here again. What a fantastic first two semifinals we've had. We're excited to have two more coming on court shortly. We do have one more award we'd like to present before we commence with the second women's semifinal, and that award is the Sloan Award. The Sloan Award is given to the team that is voted on by their peers to be the best group of team sportsmen or sportswomen, as the case may be. In this case, the Sloan Award goes to the men's team that's been voted by their peers as the best group of sportsmen amongst them. And with us here today, the person who the award is named after, former head coach Sean Sloan. It's an honor to have him here today. He was actually my head coach when I picked up squash, and the award is named after him for good reason. He was an incredible sportsman, incredible teacher, and we're grateful to have him here. Let's have a round of applause for Sean Sloan. Sean's going to share a few words with us.
Thank you, David. It's a pleasure to be here. Some great squash. I would just like all of you to know that this award is probably, I think, the most achievable award in all of squash, because at the beginning of the year, every team has a chance to win this award. That's not true of all the other awards, all right? And it is voted on by your peers for the team that shows the best sportsmanship throughout the season. So it's an incredible accomplishment. I wish you all the best, and I hope that everybody can aspire to the ethic and the tradition of squash that this award represents. And it's a great pleasure for me this year to give this award to a player who played for me, who was the member of a team that won one of the first team sportsmanship awards awarded by college squash, Jamie King, Hamilton College.
This is a wonderful award for Jamie King, you know, now in his third decade of coaching. He's just been such a great friend to the sport, and every player that's played for him has been given a special experience. So I personally have known Jamie for a long time. I'm just so wonderful. It's so wonderful for me to see this happen.
Let's have one more round of applause for Hamilton College, the recipient of the 2023 Sloan Award for Team Sportsmanship.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are ready for our second Ramsey Cup semifinal. Please welcome to the court our number 3 seed representing Columbia University, Simi Chan. Her opponent is our second seed in Philadelphia from Harvard University, Marina Stefanoni. Our number 3 seed here in Philadelphia, Simi Chan from Columbia University. The 20-year-old is from Hong Kong, and she was undefeated in the number 2 slot this season for the Lions. She is currently ranked 39th on the PSA Tour and has already won 6 PSA titles. Simi reached the semis here in Philadelphia with a first round 3-love win over Harvard's Habiba El-Daferari, 12-10, 11-2, 11-4. And then, just last night, here in the quarters, she stopped Trinity's Jana Safi, 16-14, 11-7, 11-9. Simi is coached by Columbia's head of squash, Chris Sakfi. Simi's opponent is our number 2 seed here in Philadelphia, 20 years old, economics major from Darien, Connecticut, Marina Stefanoni. Before coming to Harvard, Marina was one of the most decorated junior squash players in the history of the United States, playing number 1 for the U.S. national junior team in 5 consecutive world championships, and winning the U.S. GU19 national title at just the age of 13. Marina reached the semifinals here in Philadelphia with a first round 3-1 win over Elizabeth Ross of Yale, 6-11, 11-6, 11-7, 11-2. And then, last night, here at the Specter Center, in the quarterfinals, stopped Trinity's Malek Kamal, 11-9, 11-4, 11-8. Marina is coached by Harvard's head of squash, Mike Way. Ladies and gentlemen, this second women's semifinal is being refereed by Viano Okankevwe.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, this is a very interesting match in prospect. Although Marina is the higher seed, she's actually ranked quite a bit lower than Simi Chan. Simi Chan currently the number 39 in the world. in the PSA, and she's from Hong Kong, and has last year, 2022, had a 3-love result against Marina Stefanoni on the World Tour. She's the 2019 Asian Junior Under-19 #1, Girls Under-17 Asian Champion 2017, 18 and 19, runner-up at the Under-17 British Junior Open, and on the other hand, Marina Stefanoni was Under-19 #1 in this country for 4 straight years, went to Darien High, comes from Darien, Connecticut, is the PSA's number 61 player at this point. So, what to expect? Well, the mobility and explosivity of Simi Chan is really hard to contain. However, if there's anybody that can contain it, is the absolute machine-like quality and consistency of Marina Stefanoni when she plays up and down the walls to a good length. And then her occasional wonderful 2-wall boasts. The problem here is Marina just can't afford to play Simi Chan short too early because of Simi's tremendous mobility. Her own racket work, Simi Chan, is really also pretty boisterous racket work. She's got great variety, she's got great snaps, she can twist and turn people. So really, this is a spoiler kind of a game. That's very nicely played from Marina Stefanoni. Stefanoni has to contain and shut down Simi Chan and not let the genie out of the bottle, as it were, and turn it into too much of a sort of out of control, all action, fast twisting and turning game. She's got to keep her pinned down and then snipe and take her opportunities when she gets them. Yeah, that's a very nice little wrist there. Hold and then suddenly snap across the court. So yeah, this could be a problem for Marina. Obviously, I've known Marina for a long time. I'm very fond of her, and I love the way she's developed. She came down and played exhibition matches for me when I was running a club in Chattanooga. But there's no doubting the quality of the world number 39. So, as I've said to you many times before, when you watch the CSA, you are getting our crystal ball glimpse of the future, except you're seeing the future now. And here's a perfect example. 2 of the world's top 100 women players meeting in a college match, obviously both with a full academic load, but playing world-class squash. What a privilege. It's a great little 2-wall there. And really hard. This court really does take shot making well, as you just were shown by Mohamed Sharaf, whose display was absolutely phenomenal. But if you're accurate, this ball doesn't sit up. The ball rewards quality accuracy, and already you see what I mean about this tremendous variety that Simi Chan has available to her. And if you let the genie out of the bottle, she has got all kinds of properties that you're not going to enjoy when she's given freedom to play. And here we are already at 6-3, and Marina just hasn't quite yet established the quality of width and length that she needs to pin this woman down. It's a defensive shot. She's already on the defensive, running backwards there. It's a lot of work, and you see the mobility of Simi Chan. Yeah, sudden change of direction with the snap wrist. Very good length. Marina under a lot of pressure here. That's a half length though. Marina able to jump in there and get sort of back on terms. And she's working Simi a little bit, but she's played short too early, and that's the problem. when you're dealing with a highly mobile opponent who's got a wonderful array of shots to her armory, you cannot play short too early. You've got to lock them up in jail at the back of the court and frustrate them. And Marina at the moment just giving too much freedom to Chan Sin-yuk, Simi-Chan, and she's running rampant against the Harvard #1 at this point. There's a loose ball, first loose ball really that Marina's got out of her, but she's immediately gone short again. And it's the problem is, if you're playing somebody of such tremendous all-round mobility and explosive capability, it's scary, and so you start thinking too much about outcome and avoiding the threat, and you start going short for the wrong reason. Oh, good lob there, and Simi-Chan, first unforced error, overstretching, and shouldn't have been going long. She should have been returning that high floated ball with another high floated ball, but not too much damage done. She's still 9-4 up. Oh, there's an error. And walking across body language a little bit, sort of tolerating the poor shot, but not happy with it. Good lift there by Marina. This is maybe what she needs to do, is to just keep the ball out of reach for a longer period of time. It's good firepower there. Sudden explosion. That's a great width. But it's a good return as well, but she's gone short, and suddenly she's on the defensive again. She's got to keep it long for longer. Oh, that's a defensive shot. It's trouble. I mean, she stayed alive somehow. I don't know how she stayed alive. She's done really well here, Marina Stefanoni, to get back into this rally. She was completely on the wrong end of it. That's good work, and there's a little bit dubious movement there from Simi-Chan up to that post. It's a good rally, lovely float from Marina. Really intelligent shot, and there's that little two-wall I told you about. You just never know when she's going to do it, and beautifully delivered. That, I mean, that may not be enough to get out of trouble, but that's an indication of what Marina Stefanoni's mental toughness is like, and not only that, but her ability to deliver quality under pressure. Yeah. It's good width. Oh dear, that was almost strokish, but Simi-Chan. Whoa, that's work. Still work, but chasing it down. That's a good ball to the back of the court. What a great width. Oh my word. This is a fine sort of counter-attack after having been in deep trouble from Marina Stefanoni. She's really fighting her way back into this first game, where she looked really frankly as though she was down and out. Good lift there by Simi-Chan, and there's a little two-wall there. Ooh, good length, or trouble defensive boast, and very, very good drop shot there by Simi-Chan. That defensive boast forced by a quality length, and she gets a game ball as a reward for that good work. Pretty sure that Marina will have learnt a lot from this first game, and I'm sure Coach Mike Way will be in there and talking to her about the frequency that she was playing short. And so a very good first game. World number 39, dominating for most of the game, but the world number 61 coming back and almost getting something out of that first game. So hope you're enjoying our presentation here of the CSA Individual National Championships and the semi-finals with these wonderful players. Just maybe while we're waiting, I just remind you of the YouTube channel that we have for the CSA, and although we don't have any courts in action at the moment, in fact just this one I believe, all of the previous matches you can find there, and archived many fantastic matches. Don't forget the match that we've just had this afternoon with Mohamed Sharaf, which maybe lights out the best demonstration of shot making I've seen for some time. And last night's semi-finals, both of them for the men and the women, were fantastic. Anyway, back to this interesting match. As I suspected, you know, Simi Chan, the world number 39, giving Marina Stefanoni a lot of trouble, but encouragingly for Stefanoni, she came back and really fought her way through some really onerous situations to show her mettle. But she's going to have to do a lot more than that if she's going to win this match, because Simi Chan, just so much going on with her mobility, her stroke play, her intensity, her change of directions. So difficult property to handle, Simi Chan, and Marina Stefanoni really has got to shut her down with more consistent length for longer before she starts making any forays to the front of the court at all. That's a great little ball there, but again, you know, I say with Marina, her boast, you don't know when it's coming. She holds it very well. Well, similarly with Simi Chan, you don't really know what she's going to do next. Oh, that's touche. En garde. Beautifully played there. Chopped in. 1-all. It's very tight. So difficult to defend against that ball when the ball's dying in the back front corner like that. 2-1. These are sort of nervous early days in this second game. Marina certainly doesn't want the second game to follow the same pattern as the first game. And managing to squeeze a mistake out of Simi Chan with a good quality length there. 2-all. It's good width. Good speed, good mobility there. Oh, and there's that lovely little 2-wall. She does hit this so well. She gets so low, so her center of gravity is below the ball when she strikes it. So there's less chance of pushing it down if you're coming from below it. Oh, that's just gorgeous. Anything you can do, I can do better. I can do anything better. And see the wrong footing quality of this late risk. Boom, across the court. Thank you very much. 4-3. I wonder if Marina's seeding at 2 was based on the fact that, you know, Simi Chan has not really had the opportunity to play against the number 1 players during the regular season. Great width and length, because her number 1, Farida Mohammed, is not in this tournament because she's playing in the black ball and is such a great player herself, has played against the others, and so Marina has ended up playing against a lot of number 1 players, and Simi Chan only playing against number 2 players in the main. It would seem a little unfair on Marina and Simi if that's the reason that Marina's been thrust into this number 2 position. But at the moment, she's struggling to find any answer to this delightful mixture of direction, control, agility, speed that's coming from the Hong Kong woman. Very quick feet to get back there for that ball. There's the little 2-wall. It's a little different. She hit that one firmer. Didn't die, but certainly was well enough targeted. 4-8. So Marina Stefanoni for Harvard really needing some kind of inspiration and quality and maybe some help like that from Simi Chan to get it back on terms in this match. Otherwise, there's a great danger at 2-love down that it's going to be a bridge too far. just the Hong Kong woman's ability to counter even when she's attacked like that at speed is a very hot property to handle. Beautiful little 2-wall volley boast. 9-5. Great movement though by Marina. A lot of players unable to get to those 2 walls like that. But again, she's really under pressure. Oh, called down by Simi Chan. Very good sportsmanship in doing so. 6-9. Not impossible, but would really take something special to get back on terms here. Pop out there, or another pop out. Unfortunately, Marina not capitalizing on the loose ball. And there's another pop out, and that's really not going to work. It's a bit frustrating for her. Just, you know, the intensity that Simi Chan is able to maintain, really sort of flustering most players. They're not able to get the rhythm that they're looking for because she's rushing them so much. But that's very nicely done. You know, good snap there on the Stefanoni forearm. 7-10. She needs some help. Simi Chan just really quick here. And I love her explosion from her forearm. Oh, that's great width there. 8-10. So it's a big point. 9-10, there's a big threat level. 8-10, there's still some margin. Good width and length. Great half volley there by Simi Chan. And again, there's the snap to a fantastic width and length. Her targets are superb today. Look at that. There's nothing to hit there. The only chance would have been for a half volley as the ball landed, and you have to be so quick there. So, what great play by the Columbia number 2 against the Harvard number 1. But I should remind everybody that this is not just the Columbia number 2. This is the world's number 39 professional. Even though she isn't being paid as a professional, she is of a professional ability and therefore ranked in the world ranking list along beside all the professionals, as is her opponent, but she's the world number 61, and that slight difference at the moment would seem to be evident. But we'll see if the Crimson's leading player can come back and, especially with the help of her coach Mike Way, find a route back into this match. Meanwhile, coach Chris Sakvi, no doubt congratulating Chan Sin Yuk, Simi Chan, on her execution of a superb game plan, and asking for more of the same to complete the task. All right, we'll have a look. Well, we can't look around the ground at the moment, but we can look at the scoreboard and just remind you of what has happened here today. And as you look down, you know, you see that incredible performance by Mohammed Sharaf against Ali Hussein, knocking out the number 1 seed. Siva Subramanian, but really first-class performance against a very strong Megan Best. That was lovely to watch also. And then we're going to come back to this court now for this second of the women's semi-finals, with Marina Stefanoni having rather a problem to deal with in the form of Colombia's number 2, the world's number 39, Chan Sin Yuk from Hong Kong. It's great width by Marina Stefanoni, really well thought out there. She's really got that ball perfectly wide at the widest possible point to where her opponent could be intercepting it. Good volley there from Simi Chan. And a good lift. And that ball tight enough for Marina to be able to tie up Simi Chan and just hamstring her. So good start here in this third game for Marina Stefanoni. Already 3-love up. And she doesn't need too much help from Simi Chan, and she would be in dominant form herself. That's a great width and length. I don't know how she managed to get that out. Good lift, very good lift. And playing short too early there for me, because Simi Chan is so quick to the front of the court. But again, more help. Lob out. So just a little momentary lapse from the Columbia woman, from the Columbia Lioness. Great cross-court width there. Just a beautiful width from Marina Stefanoni. I mean, again, that's all about targets and practice. You know, she knows this court with her peripheral awareness. She knows where the walls are, and she's hitting those targets, feeling her way to those targets. That's a nice intercept there, and just too good a width. But still, that's a very good start from the Harvard #1, Marina Stefanoni, the American from Darien, Connecticut. That's a beautiful shot. The back of the court here. Again, very low, cutting it. Opening up more than I would like, but I can't criticize because she has hit it perfectly. 2-5. Good width again from Marina. And again, very explosive attack there from Marina on the forearm. She's got to keep her deep, Simi Chan, if she's going to be able to find an opportunity. And there she demonstrates exactly how to build a rally and then find an opening to attack. Exemplary squash from Marina Stefanoni there in that particular rally. (6-2). Or was another one of those beautiful little shots from the back of the court, but this time Stefanoni is wise to it. And there's a good ball down the sidewall, very good width. And she's not going too early for the short ball, if you notice. She's keeping Chan Sin-Yuk pinned down. Now, whether this is after the conversation with Mike Way, I don't know. But she isn't letting her out of the bag if she can possibly avoid it. That time she couldn't help it. But she's still alive. And another great width is really being... Oh, she played short early. I'm not sure that's the game plan. Up until that point, she had really put Simi Chan in jail most of the time at the back of the court, either with quality width and length or these very interesting high, firmly struck cross courts that are hitting the sidewall wide, almost like a double shot, but then getting around the back of Simi Chan and not coming off the back wall. She's gone short again. That's a good ball. Oh. So I'm just concerned that she's just departing from the game plan a little bit there. She needs to go back to it. It was working so well in the first part of this game. It's a bit loose. Gives the opportunity for an intercept, half volley post there. That's close to being out, but it's in. There's that good width again. Oh, that's strokish. Not well conceived, that particular shot. Not aware of her opponent's position. 5-7. Chan Sin-Yuk threatening to come right back. And that's... Oh, good hands there. And that's a good ball. Keeping a pin down. And again, this is where the money is. Oh, that was a little loose. Oh, yeah, but the work done early in the rally probably paying dividends there, because Simi Chan didn't want to continue, and she's gone short too early. So Marina able to get that quality width and length. Simi Chan just stumbling a little bit on that drop volley where she didn't get her foot down. She's off balance. very tough competition. This is very high level of women's squash in terms of the physicality, the quality of the shots, the inventiveness, the change of direction. There's a lot going on in this match. Look at that it's a half volley squeeze boast. That's not something that you teach every day, even to an advanced student. And again, I think Marina's going to have a problem if she keeps going short too early because of the speed of this extraordinary woman from Hong Kong, Columbia #1. Not dissimilar to Siva Subramanian's ability to counterattack when attacked. Okay, well, Marina getting back in here, so she's within 2 points of taking it to a 4th game. Just got to keep that quality. There's a good length. Oh, God, she's got to cover that. That ball is just gold dust for Simi Chan. She hits it elegantly with such touch and such suddenness. Not quite wide enough, but a loose attempt there by Simi Chan, almost giving Marina the chance to capitalize and take it to a game ball. There's a very good 2-all there, and oh, it's a great width there. Another great target by this wonderful US former junior #1, now world #61. Game ball to take it to a 4th game. Okay. Well, that's beautiful. Signed, sealed and delivered by Marina Stefanoni, and you can see how happy she is. Very rarely do you see any emotional expressions from Marina Stefanoni. That just shows you how much she wants this. Beautifully played, and she organized her game plan very effectively, especially at the beginning of that game, because the widths and lengths were very well orchestrated to tie her Columbia opponent up and prevent her from expressing herself in the way she had in the first 2 games. So 1 game to 2, 4th game coming up. Harvard #2 seed, maybe fighting her way back into this match. We'll see in a moment.
Chan leads 2 games to 1. Stefanoni to serve.
So the stage is set really for a great next 1 or 2 games here, with Marina Stefanoni from Harvard having fought her way back with quality, and Chan Sin-Yuk sort of helped her a little bit with a couple of errors, but she didn't fall apart, so I'm expecting a very good competition now. Marina sort of hitting her stride a little bit better, Chan Sin-Yuk needing to get back to where she was in the first 2 games, so we could see quite a raising of the quality of this game if both players play well at the same time. It's I'm sure for US based watchers it's difficult not to be supportive of Marina Stefanoni. She is one of our great favourites, but we have to show tremendous respect for this wonderful Hong Kong player who really just is so mobile and quick and explosive, and she really, plays the game the way it ought to be played, in my view. And I could see a very good career for her on the world tour once she's come away from the full-time studies. Remembering that these two women are only training like 15 to 20 hours a week, where the people that they're playing against are often training and playing sort of 35 to 40 hours a week. It makes a big difference over 4 years. That's a heck of a deficit that you're trying to cope with. But anyway, there's another example of this wonderful, very wide width that Marina has been employing in this match. Extra wide to scoot round behind her opponent. So Stefanoni again starting this game tremendously well, getting a little bit of help again with the errors from Simi Chan. But now both these players really finding their range, and the ball being worked all around this court. I mean, this is very attractive squash. A little boast there, a bit risky, and we've seen that a couple of times now, Marina resorting to that 2-wall, which she does play well when she plays it with disguise and unexpectedly, but she's going to it maybe a couple of times too early in the rally instead of staying with her rally construction. Oh, that's beautifully played. I don't know how Marina got that up, but it was too little too late. So 3-all here, and got to volley that return of serve, otherwise you're just on the defensive immediately. There's just nothing you can do if you don't volley the return of serve. I know it's scary to volley the return of serve on these glass walls, but the alternative is death. Simi Chan really ratcheting up the quality now, and doing to Marina what Marina is trying to do to her in limiting her with excellent exploratory length and early rally construction, building a platform from which hopefully to force a loose ball from the Harvard woman and then be able to get in with an intercepted attack. There it is, the intercept, and too much, the quality's too much, and Marina unable to cope with that. So things looking pretty ominous for the Harvard woman now. Oh, she hasn't done though. Look at that. Beautiful little dead-handed straight drop volley from the return of serve. Much better than letting that serve bounce, hitting that volley. Great flick up there, and also good width from Simi Chan, and again Marina just being tempted into that boast. It is a go-to shot for her, but not under pressure. She has to play it when she is in charge rather than reactively, proactively. And she's really being fired around the court a lot here by this wonderful, athletic Hong Kong, China woman. 8-4. No volley again, and it is just lethal on any court, frankly, not to volley the return of serve, but on this court particularly because it's so sticky. That's a beautiful volley return of serve, but I'm afraid just too much pressure from a wonderful all-round squash player. There, she's hit the return of serve there, very sensible. Again, lovely lift there from Simi Chan. She's just on it so early all the time. And that's it, game of match to the Columbia number 2, beating number 2 seed Marina Stefanoni. And this, I'm sure Marina disappointed, but not an unexpected result, because we know the class and quality of Simi Chan. You know, as much as we appreciate and love Marina Stefanoni, it is
And
a very
advancing
difficult
to the
task
finals
to deal
from
with this
Columbia University,
world number 39.
Simi
Let's
Chan.
leave it to Bill Buckingham now.
Congratulations, Simi. A fantastic match. You took down our number 2 seed, and you're on to the finals here in Philadelphia.
Yeah, I'm happy. I'm very happy to get into the final. This is the first time I play in the individuals event, and I've played Marina a few times, like from junior tournaments. She's always one of the fairest players, and I enjoy playing with her. And yeah, I'm happy to get into the final.
You've had a fantastic year, 14-0 on the CSA Tour, plus some great results on the PSA Tour. You must be thrilled where your game is right now.
Yeah.
One more for you. Siva in the final tomorrow. You're one of the last people to beat Siva in CSA competition. Look forward to that match for us.
Yeah, I played her twice last year. Once at IV scrimmages, once in the regular season. I won at the IV scrimmages 3-2 and lost in the regular season 3-2. So we had 2 close matches, and yeah, and I look forward to playing her in her last CSA event.
Congratulations, you're on to the final here at the CSA Championships. Ladies and gentlemen, a big round of applause for Simi Chan.
Okay, yeah, so commiserations to Marina Stefanoni, congratulations to Simi Chan, fantastic all-court play. And so we've got a little break now until 4:30, and don't go away though, because this will be the last of our mouth-watering semi-finals that you can see up there on Court GE, Glass East, between George Crown from the Harvard Crimson and a great product of Canada, and Veer Chatrani from Cornell's The Big Red, and a product of the Indian continent, and both of these players giant killing yesterday, and what a great match in prospect. The brutal consistency of George Crown against the inspirational genius of Veer Chatrani. And so don't go away, join us at 4:30.